game last night.
Tom Brady now has more official Super Bowl wins than any franchise in NFL history.
The GOAT. Okay, well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. The committee is assembled electronically today for the purposes of inviting public comment on legislation that's before us this session. Before we get started, we'll begin with committee introductions, and we'll start with House Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chris Chiazzo, House District 28, West Scarborough.
Representative Wood.
Sorry, I had trouble with my mute button. I'm Barb Wood. I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland.
Senator Farron.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Brett Farron, living in Norwich Walk, representing Senate District 3, which is the majority of Somerset County.
Representative McCrate.
Good morning. I'm Jay McCrate. I represent Harpswell, West Bath, and Northeast Brunswick in the House. Good morning.
Representative Riley.
I am Representative Morgan Riley. I represent House District 34, which is part of Westbrook.
Representative Kinney.
Good morning. I'm Mary Ann Kinney. I represent House District 99, County.
Representative Supika.
Good morning, I'm Laura Supika and I represent District 126, a portion of Bangor.
Representative Corey.
Good morning, I'm Patrick Corey. I represent House District 25, which is part of Wyndham.
Great, and with us today, we've got our two OPLA analysts, Janet Stocco, as well as Sam Prower. And we have our committee clerk, Karen Montel, with us as well. And I should say, my name's Louis Lucchini. I represent most of Hancock County in the state Senate. I think we had a little bit of an IT issue with signups over the weekend. So if anybody registered to testify but didn't get a link through the website, you can feel free to email our clerk, Karen, and she'll send you a link. And that her email address is karen.martell@legislature.maine.gov. Okay, so before we get started, we'll just outline a few things about the electronic format here. So our meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means anyone who's a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if your microphone is unmuted. People on the Zoom meeting waiting to testify cannot be seen or heard until they're called upon to speak. When we're pulling people up from the attendees list to come up to speak, it may look like you're getting kicked out of the meeting for a second, but you're actually being upgraded to speak. So just be patient and then you'll pop up onto the screen. This meeting will be recorded and will be available to be viewed on the committee's YouTube channel soon after this meeting has concluded. In terms of the chat function, again, just a reminder that that's for non-substantive IT issues. It's not a place for anybody to use substantive conversation. If committee members have any questions, feel free to use the raise hand function. Just a reminder that as this is a public hearing, questions are for clarifying questions only. And for members of the public, we use a 3-minute clock. So if you can tailor your remarks to be 3 minutes, that would be greatly appreciated. Today, we're going to go in the following order of bills. We're going to begin with, we're going to begin with LD 148, an act to establish ongoing absentee voting. The second bill will be LD 173, an act to restore honor to certain service members. That'll be followed by LD 205, an act to extend the ability of restaurants and bars to serve alcohol to go. And then the last bill on the list is LD 185, an act to abolish mandatory political caucuses. And so, as is usually the case, we'll begin with the bill's sponsors, followed up by people who support the bill, then those who are opposed to the bill, and those who are speaking neither for nor against the bill. That's the general order that will go, though sometimes we don't know exactly where people are going to testify. Great, and it would be greatly appreciated as a reminder if when you're done offering testimony, you exit the Zoom meeting and then you can continue to watch on the YouTube channel. So again, just a reminder that this is all being broadcasted and recorded and also live streamed with the audio. So with that, we will get ready to get started on LD 148, an act to establish ongoing absentee voting. And I think, Karen, if you're able to make myself a co-host as well as the co-chair, that would be great. So we'll just get started in just a minute. Great, so we'll start with Speaker Fecto, and if there are any co-sponsors in the waiting room who wish to testify, legislators, please raise your hands. I don't see any at the moment, but if there are for this bill that wish to testify, just if you can raise your virtual hand, that'd be great. Otherwise, we'll turn it over to Speaker Fecto. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Lucchini, members of the committee, Representative Chiazzo. My name is Ryan Fecto. I represent House District 11, which is part of my hometown of Biddeford. I also have the distinct honor of serving as Speaker of the House. And I'm before you today to present LD 148, an act to establish ongoing absentee voting. I have submitted written testimony on my own behalf, but this morning I am going to read the testimony of my own city clerk here in Biddeford, who submitted testimony as well in favor of LD 148. And so I will read her testimony. My name is Carmen Morris, and I'm the city clerk in Biddeford. I have worked for the city of Biddeford in the city clerk's office for just under 27 years, and have been city clerk for the past 13 and a half years. My testimony comes from much experience, as well as tried and tested processes and procedures. I'm strongly in support of LD 148 and would like to see this passed into state law. Over the years, Biddeford has seen an incremental increase in absentee voters, and this bill would allow us to process a larger volume of applications more efficiently. If conducting 2 elections during a pandemic has taught us anything, it has shown us that creating an option for folks to join an ongoing absentee voting list makes sense for 3 reasons aside from safety. 1, with higher absentee opt-in rates, we need to focus on efficiency. Our office receives absentee ballot requests by phone, online requests, and through in-person visits to our office. And the number of requests is steadily increasing. The number of absentee voting requests more than doubled between the last 2 presidential elections, and clerks' offices are handling this increase in requests with no additional staff. If folks know that they will be voting absentee this fall and request an absentee ballot this spring, it saves our office time and money by processing that request once to be used for multiple elections. Second, requesting an absentee ballot should be simple for voters. In general, folks' lives have become busier and they want more options to make casting their vote easier. By providing an option for eligible voters who know that they will not be able or want to make it to a polling place on election day for the foreseeable future, we would be providing voters the opportunity to make their absentee ballot request once. Busy Mainers should not be expected to keep track of deadlines for every election if their voting status has not changed. Third, new security reforms make ongoing absentee voting common sense. Because Maine is in the process of upgrading their systems and implementing automatic voter registration, our local voter rolls will be more up to date than ever. With current lists of eligible registered voters plus enhanced signature verification, we can ensure that mailed ballots are cast by the appropriate voter. Quite a few years ago, the State Elections Division instituted an ongoing absentee voter status pilot program. At the time, Biddeford had already designed an informal ongoing absentee voting list, but became aware during the pilot process that the law actually barred us from maintaining such a list that was enjoyed by and successfully served hundreds of voters. We were not originally selected as one of the original communities to participate in the pilot program, but since we had already been offering ongoing absentee voting to our voters, the state allowed us to participate in the pilot program. After the pilot concluded, in order to comply with the law, we had to eliminate our ongoing absentee voting list and go back to the process of receiving an application from each voter for each election. Despite continuing to advocate in favor of allowing cities and towns like Biddeford to create ongoing absentee lists, we have unfortunately been right back to square one. Now, because hundreds of Biddeford voters had become dependent on automatically receiving their absentee ballots, even before we participated in the pilot program, I was concerned that many voters would not realize they had to make the request for each and every election. I talked with Deputy Secretary of State and Elections Division Director Julie Flynn and explained my dilemma. In speaking with her, I came up with the idea of sending notification letters prior to each election to all voters who are accustomed to automatically receiving absentee ballots and informing them that if they want to vote absentee, they need to make an absentee ballot request. Along with the notification letter, I also provide an absentee ballot application. I get a tremendous response from that notification for each election. And while it is an interim fix, it is costly and time consuming because I'm providing this additional mailing prior to each election. If LD 148 were to pass and become law, it would alleviate the extra effort and cost of the initial mailing and my notification letter and absentee ballot application to those voters who typically vote absentee. Granted, this is something that I, as Biddeford City Clerk, have chosen to do as a service to Biddeford voters and is certainly not required by law. That said, I am concerned that so many voters have become dependent on my reminder notification that if I stopped sending them, many voters would not realize they need to request their absentee ballot and would end up not voting. In closing, Biddeford has seen the benefits and success in offering ongoing absentee voter status to voters. While it may add marginal short-term responsibility to the clerk's office and election preparations, it is quite manageable and ends up being a huge convenience for the voters, and in my experience, a huge convenience for the clerk's office as well. I'm more than happy to speak with you if you have any questions or concerns with anything I have offered in my testimony. I can be reached at carmen.morris@biddefordmaine.org or by phone at 207-284-9307. Thank you for your time. Respectfully, Carmen J. Morris, Biddeford City Clerk. I am happy to take any questions. And as I said before, I've also provided my written testimony to the committee as well, which you can read at your own leisure.
Great, thank you, Speaker Fecteau. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, appreciate it. I click leave, right?
I can boot you.
Oh, boot me, that's great.
No, that's right.
I realize you'll take great pleasure in that, Senator Lucchini, so have at it.
I think we can figure it out. There we go. Okay, so I think next up, Representative Bailey, I believe we have a legislator who wishes to testify potentially, but is not a co-sponsor.
I can hear me?
Yep.
Oh, great. So you can hear me. Can you see me as well?
No.
Okay. I've got my video on my end.
You can feel free to testify. Sometimes this happens, I guess. Yeah.
Yep. No worries.
Almost.
Okay. So Senator Lucchini, Representative Caiazzo, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs, thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of LD 148, an act to establish ongoing absentee voting. Maine was once the nation's leader in voter turnout. Unfortunately, we've fallen behind states that have adopted some form of ongoing mail balloting, which increases voter participation by 5 to 10%. Maine can lead again in voter turnout by passing the Speaker's bill, LD 148. According to the National Conference of State Legislatures, 20 states and the District of Columbia have implemented ongoing mail balloting for some or all voters. Voters in 13 states and the District of Columbia either receive all ballots for all voters by mail. It includes Hawaii, Washington, Oregon, California, Nevada, Utah, Colorado, Vermont, or New Jersey, and or may opt in to ongoing absentee voting. It includes Arizona, California, DC, Minnesota, Montana, New Jersey, and Virginia. 10 other states have additional ongoing absentee for seniors and or disabled voters. To quote Washington's Republican Secretary of State, Kim Wyman, mail-in ballots have helped lead to greater voter participation and convenience. Plus, it's safe and secure. The Secretary of State, Wyman of Washington State, previously served as a county elections administrator for 12 years in her state. Hundreds of millions of ballots have been automatically and safely mailed to and securely cast by US voters over the past decades. The growth rate in vote by mail and ongoing absentee has been exponential. In the 2020 election, 7 of the 10 states with the highest voter turnout conducted elections entirely or mostly by mail. In Maine, a majority of voters in the 2020 election cast absentee ballots, with municipal clerks mailing out over 400,000 ballots. Maine legislators and citizens across the political spectrum have consistently demonstrated trust in this time-tested system. A pilot project that Speaker Fecteau discussed in our state a decade ago revealed that voters liked the option of ongoing absentee. The expansion of absentee voting to allow for ongoing ballot delivery in Maine will, as it has in other states, increase voter participation and promote efficiency in election administration. For these reasons and more, I urge the committee to vote in favor of LD 148. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. I'm happy to answer any questions that members may have.
Thank you, Representative Bailey. Any questions from members of the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, next we'll move to those wishing to speak in favor of the bill. And again, a reminder to members of the public that we have a 3-minute clock that we follow for testimony. And so today, let's see, next up on the list, we're joined by Washington Secretary of State, Wyman. Welcome.
Well, good morning. Thank you, Senator Lucchini and Representative Caiazzo, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Secretary of State Kim Wyman from the great state of Washington, and I appreciate you allowing me to testify this morning. When Secretary Bellows asked me if I'd be able to testify on LD 148 and share Washington's experience, I was honored to do so. As I begin my 28th year overseeing elections at the county and state level, I'm happy to see that Maine is exploring the possibility of expanding absentee ballots. And as you've already heard, it expands participation and increases security. Washington State Legislature allowed any voter to request permanent absentee status for all elections in 1993. It was the expansion of permanent absentee voting status for seniors and people living with disabilities in 1981. That experience we had with the preceding decade dramatically increased the accessibility of voting for qualified voters, and they participated. We would typically see over a 90% return rate for those voters who received a ballot every election. Our experience allowing any voter to vote by mail for any voter to vote a vote by mail ballot for every election was a good one for both voters and election officials. It greatly expanded access to voting and allowed election officials to better plan for elections by knowing how many voters would be requesting an absentee ballot. Having time to build in policies and procedures over time will dramatically increase the success of the administration of the election over a couple of years. And I can guarantee you that's much better than doing it over a couple of months like many states, I'm assuming yours, had to do in 2020. Like LD 148, Washington built in the compensating security control measures and increased access by requiring election officials to verify the signature on each returned absentee ballot. While our law requires election officials to verify the voter's signature on the returned ballot envelope to the voter's signature on the voter registration record, the provisions in LD 148 have the same impact on security with verification on the absentee ballot application. This will improve the integrity of the election. It's important for election officials to have time to build in processes and procedures to develop a chain of custody and reconciliation measures to instill confidence. Contacting voters who may have a challenge with matching their signature is a really important step in addition to the other security measures you'll be implementing. This not only gives the voter a second chance and levels the playing field for everyone, it also serves as a security measure. What we found is that if a voter hasn't returned a ballot and they receive a letter or a call from a county election official that their signature doesn't match, the voter gets on the phone immediately and lets election officials know that that's a fraudulently returned ballot. I can tell you that Washington's experience with ongoing absentee ballot status ensures safety and security. It greatly improves accessibility, especially for seniors, and it improves the integrity of our elections. So I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any, and I thank you for consideration. And I would also encourage you to support this bill.
Thank you, Secretary Wyman, for dialing in from the West Coast.
Sure.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Dolph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to understand this correctly. What you do is once they request an absentee ballot, then you continue to send that out every time?
That is correct, and that from 1993 until 2005, that was our practice here in Washington State. And by the late 1990s, 6 in 10 voters were requesting an absentee ballot for every election. So 60% of our voters were permanent absentee voters. In 2005, counties had the option to move to vote by mail, and we moved to vote by mail over the next 5 years.
Can I have a follow-up question, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Okay, what happens, this got discussed last session, and I wasn't opposed to a once a year request, but issues came up where, what if the voter is deceased, the voter has moved? I know there's been mailings gone out during, you know, when everybody's campaigning, going with the voting list, and a lot of those get returned. So how do you protect that from happening, that it may end up in a mailbox of somebody else has moved, somebody else living there, and then they're using that ballot?
Well, election officials across the country, our biggest challenge is keeping up with all of the movement of voters. As you probably know, 10% of our population moves every year nationwide. So actually vote by mail helps to, or excuse me, permanent absentee voting status actually helps you clean up your voter rolls. What we found in Washington is in 1993, when we began, we had about a 10% undeliverable rate of all of our ballots that were sent out came back as undeliverable. By about 1995, that rate was dropped down to between 3 and 5%, because by mailing a voter a ballot, you were getting that address update from the USPS on the change of address program. And by doing that, we could keep the voter rolls cleaner. Our state also participates in the Electronic Registration Information Center, or ERIC, where we're doing a lot of data matching between not only the postal list, but also the death records that are in the Social Security Index, and other states who are doing address changes as well. So
my last question, I promise. So actually, it's gonna take a few years to make sure the voter registration list is correct or current, correct? I mean, you must have taken a few years to weed out and check all these, so it's gonna take a few years of a lot of work for some places to make sure their voter registration list is complete. Would you agree?
It depends on really how your local municipalities, how engaged they are, possibly by what you require as a legislature. If you do a statewide mailing, for example, to every registered voter, you're going to be getting that information back on the NCOA cleanup list. And if you do that annually with a statewide election, for example, it's going to clean up your rolls a little bit faster. But yes, I mean, it depends on how active your town clerks are going to be.
Thank you.
Great. Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary Wyman, for joining us. It must be very early where you are, so we appreciate you taking the time to join us. I won't be so bold as to ask you if you'll be at our work session, because I think we're going to have a lot of questions for you here. We'd love to have you back, of course, because I think you'd be able to give us some great guidance. But if that's not possible, I would just ask if maybe you could give us one lesson learned, where if we do implement something like this, we want to really make sure that we get this one particular aspect of it correct up front, so that we don't have to go back and correct things later on.
Well, what I can see in your bill, you really have hit the key parts. Like I said, the second chance for the voters is a really good step that a lot of states, I think, may miss on the front end. Overall, I think that basically the biggest thing you can do is promote it so your voters are aware of it and can make that choice. Quite frankly, the earlier the better. As you heard in earlier testimony, the earlier your town clerks know who is going to be a permanent absentee voter, the earlier they can order enough ballots, they can order enough envelopes, they can prepare their mailing. If they're a larger jurisdiction, they may even need to have a mail service help them with the preparation of the ballots and the mailing itself. So I think that time is the real ally here, is that the more time you can give your town clerks and your election officials to prepare those mailings and get the absentee ballots out, the more time you can give them to prepare their policies and procedures, the more secure that is going to be. And it's just going to serve your voters well, and it's going to serve your election officials well.
Thank you.
Senator Farron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really don't have a question for the Secretary of State. I just wanted to say thank you so much for jumping on here. As said, it's probably an early morning for you out there, and we appreciate that. The sideline, you got a beautiful state. My daughter was born in 1986 at Fairchild Air Force Base, so I appreciate you taking the time this morning.
Thank you.
Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to echo, thank you for being here. It's my guess that it's about 6:30 in the morning where you are. So thank you. I was still sleeping 6:30 Eastern time. So I do have a couple questions, but I'll also put in a plug. My nephew served at Kitsap for a little while. So I appreciate the state of Washington as well on the military side. But I have some concerns. I guess you've commented that the NCOA cleanup list, depending on how much time our clerks want to put into cleaning up our voter lists, and we're our border state, our border towns. A lot of our voters go to New Hampshire for hospital stays, and some don't return, sadly. If they die out of state, that is not recorded with our municipalities as easily. And some of the bills we've already heard here have been that the clerks want more time to be able to do things because they don't have enough time to do these extra processes. So some of my questions really are going to be for our Secretary of State, which I see she has joined the meeting. But what do you see? You've been the Secretary of State in Washington. How do
So Rep. Kinney, I don't know if everybody, it's same with everybody, but I think you may have frozen. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll try to answer her question as best I can.
Moves out of state.
So yeah, in terms of moves, that is the biggest challenge election officials have across the country. As I said, at least 10% of our population is moving every year. And if Maine is not a member of the ERIC project, I would highly recommend looking into it, because this is giving a comparison right now of over 30 states to each other's records. All of your individual records will be kept private. Your data isn't exchanged with those other states, but we are doing data matching on driver's licenses, and it really does help election officials be more proactive in being able to keep up with those moves. But I think one of the biggest benefits is that check against the Social Security Death Index. So now you're getting a national check of death records, not just those records in your state. And I know here in Washington, we found that to be a real benefit because as the, I believe representative, I apologize if she's a senator, just pointed out, many times people do not have the good courtesy to die in their own state. They die out of state, and the state officials may not be aware of it. So when you're part of the national, and I didn't mean to make light of that, that was kind of crass, I apologize, but a lot of the benefit of having the national Social Security Death Index check is that you get those people who have passed away in another state out of your rolls as voters.
Great. Representative Corey.
Representative Corey, I believe you're muted.
Sorry, thank you for being here, Secretary Wyman.
You're welcome.
So I have a couple questions. So number one, this absentee voting, where people can sort of request a ballot permanently, that happened under the previous two Secretary of States in your state, correct?
It did. At the time, though, I was actually a county election director when the law went into effect in 1993. So I actually had the ability to serve for close to 20 years at the county level implementing that law.
Yeah. Were you guys doing a lot to clean up your list prior to HAVA?
We were, and I really would attribute the move to permanent absentee status as a big key component of that. The National Voter Registration Act of 1993 was really the first step for us to clean up our records and change the way that we kept those records clean, because we could no longer purge for non-voting and participation in presidential elections. When we started moving to permanent absentee ballots, that really increased our ability to keep our records clean, and our state legislature actually expanded our ability to do vote by mail elections in certain primary elections. And so that also did, I don't want to mix vote by mail and permanent absentee status, but those two things really did help clean our rolls up tremendously.
So here's my big concern in terms of, having clean lists if we're going to do something like this. So, having been, kind of a dork about voter lists and sort of everything else, I checked into my own sister who moved out of Maine 20 years ago. And just a month ago, we found out that she's still an active voter in the city of Augusta, like in Maine. So 20 years, she moves to another state, still sits on our current active, voter list. And so I strongly believe that Maine hasn't done, a lot of the legwork that we should be doing in order to, even be having these types of discussions right now. Would you have any sort of voters that would have moved out of your state 20 years ago and somehow languishing on a voting list in Washington state right now?
I wish I could tell you that we were perfect and that every single record was accurate and there were no old languishing records, but I'm sure we do have some. Again, I think that's
appalling though, right?
Pardon me?
20 years is pretty appalling though.
I wouldn't say appalling. I mean, you're a polling place state. So, you know, if as long as some piece of mail hasn't come back to that local election official saying that your sister had moved and your sister hasn't let the election official know, how would they know to remove her? And I think that most laws in most states are always going to give the voter the benefit of the doubt. And federal law certainly wants you to give the voter the benefit of the doubt and not remove them, even if they don't participate. Now, federal law, of course, if you've moved, does say that they can be put on inactive status and eventually removed from the list. So obviously something got missed, but.
So just real quick, but 20 years of having not voted in a presidential election, right, should probably be a red flag, correct?
Yes and no. I mean, there are some people that just choose not to participate, but they haven't moved. And, you know, I will give you something on the record that I probably shouldn't, but I will. My husband and I moved from a state that might be south of my current state in 1988 when he served in the Army. And we went overseas and we moved to Washington State. And I found out from my aunt the other day that he's still registered to vote in the county we moved from. So it's not unheard of. You know, you're absolutely right. Being on the rolls is has the appearance or the perception that you could have rampant fraud, and your sister certainly would have the ability to vote an absentee ballot potentially. But again, I think that the cleanup that you're going to get from doing mailings to all of your voters is going to be a benefit of cleaning up those rolls. But you are going to have those outliers every now and then, yes.
Thank you.
Great. Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Secretary Wyman. Thanks again for calling in. Two of my good friends, you have a great track program at UW. So two of my friends coach there. So.
Oh, outstanding. Well, thank you. And you all have a wonderful state. I got to go to Portland a few years ago for our Secretary of State conference with Secretary Dunlop, and it was amazing. And your state is just beautiful. So thank you so much for all the accolades for ours.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So next up, we have Maine Secretary of State, Secretary Bellows.
Good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be here. And first, I want to thank Secretary Wyman. Clearly, her experience with this initiative and voting in Washington State is very enlightening for all of us. The Secretary of State supports this legislation, which would allow voters to apply for status as an ongoing absentee voter, entitling them to automatically receive a ballot for each subsequent statewide election in the interest of increasing voter convenience and participation. Mainers' constitutional right to vote is enshrined in Article 2 of the Constitution of the State of Maine, which reads, "Every citizen of the United States of the age of 18 years and upwards, excepting persons under guardianship for mental illness, having his or her residence established in this state, shall be an elector." The constitutional right to vote undergirds all other rights and privileges guaranteed in Maine's Constitution and the United States Constitution. And that is why the Secretary of State supports all efforts to strengthen participation by the citizenry to exercise their right to vote freely and securely. Our goal is to increase turnout while maintaining the utmost election integrity and security. Absentee voting is a way to be sure that voters' voices are heard in the democratic process. We know Mainers view absentee voting as convenient and secure. Indeed, participation in absentee voting reached 514,429 absentee votes cast and counted in 2020, approximately 62% of all votes cast, and up from just over 258,000 absentee ballots cast in 2016. But even before the pandemic, participation in absentee voting by Mainers grew from 76,672 Mainers voting absentee in the 2000 presidential election to 166,226 absentee ballots issued in 2004 to 243,992 absentee ballots issued in 2008. Clearly, Maine voters increasingly support and participate in absentee voting. We also know that ongoing or permanent absentee voting can be conducted securely. 5 states and Washington, D.C. allow any voter to join an ongoing or permanent absentee ballot list. I've listed those states in my testimony. 7 other states send absentee ballots on an ongoing basis to voters with permanent disabilities, and 3 states send absentee ballots on an ongoing or permanent basis to voters with permanent disabilities and seniors. 15 states in all have in place some form of ongoing absentee voting and have done so with appropriate security measures in place. And as you just heard from Secretary Wyman, other states, including Colorado and Hawaii, in addition to Washington, have moved from ongoing absentee voting to mailed ballots without the application. And in doing so, Colorado, for example, in 2020, actually lowered the cost per vote. So let's talk about security. Paper ballots are considered the gold standard in election security. And in Maine, we use paper ballots with a clear paper trail from issuance to collection. We have in place clear chain of custody procedures for our paper ballots. We know exactly what happens to a ballot from the time it leaves the printer to when it is secured and sealed in a ballot box at the end of election night. We know exactly how many ballots are mailed to each clerk. We know how many ballots are issued to voters in each town. We know how many ballots are cast. We double check these numbers from the municipalities at the state level when we prepare the final tabulation to submit to the governor. The identity of every voter casting an absentee ballot is verified through the voter's signature on the absentee ballot envelope. Signature verification is an effective, proven method to verify voter identity when combined with an effective cure process. And attached to my testimony is recommended language for the cure process. And I want to thank Speaker Fecteau for being willing to consider that as an amendment to his bill. A robust cure process is necessary to ensure that absentee ballots are counted at the same or close to the same rates as in-person ballots. Online absentee ballot tracking established by the Department of Secretary of State in 2020 is another security measure that allows the voter to track their ballot. To prevent double voting, absentee ballots issued are tracked in the absentee ballot tracking system. Ballots received are designated on the incoming voting list used to check in voters at the polls, so voters cannot go and cast a second ballot on election day. Voter participation lists are entered into the central voter registration system by each municipality, where anyone attempting to vote twice would be caught and prosecuted. Secretary Wyman already spoke to this, but according to the Nonpartisan National Conference of State Legislators, NCSL, the act of sending out absentee or mailed ballots contributes to cleaner, more up-to-date voter lists. Voter list accuracy is important to limiting the amount of ballots returned without being cast due to bad addresses. And Representative Dollif asked the question about list maintenance. To remind the committee, we're planning list maintenance this year. We'll be doing the list cleanup that would remove Representative Corey's sister and would set the stage for accuracy in the ongoing absentee process. That's why it's important that the effective date in this legislation is a couple of years out. One recommendation that we would have to ensure that we are maintaining a single permanent absentee list at the state level, updated with information provided by municipalities in our central voter registration system. Our current central voter registration system, which dates back to implementation in 2007, is not yet equipped to do this, but it is our intention to invest in upgrading the CVR or going out to RFP for a new system by 2023. And we appreciate the sponsor's willingness to give the Division of Elections the time to make the technology investments necessary to implement this policy in the most secure and effective way possible. To close, we believe LD 148 will benefit voters who prefer absentee voting, particularly seniors and voters with permanent disabilities. Removing the annual application removes a barrier to effective participation. Furthermore, LD 148 can be implemented securely given the security measures already in place. We're happy to answer any questions and be available at the work session.
Thank you, Secretary Bellows. Representative Corey. We got you. You're still on mute, Representative.
Sorry.
There you go.
Apparently I lowered my hand once I did that and forgot I had to do 2 different things. So good morning, Secretary Bellows. So like I said, my concern is just the accuracy of our lists. And I know that you're talking about doing this mailing, and I had asked when you had done sort of the orientation presentation for us that you come back to us and let us know what Maine has done in the past in order to, maintain a cleaner list. And I still haven't heard back from your department on that. And I know that this is past Secretary of State's, but do we have any idea why between the year 2002 and now a mailing hasn't been done of voters that would appear to be inactive? I know that's past Secretary of State's, but there's probably got to be, some kind of, institutional, do you know what I mean, memory there as to why that could have occurred.
So we will absolutely prepare this information for you by this work session. What I will say is until 2007, Maine's voter lists were paper-based and were municipality-based across the state. So in 2007, we implemented the central voter registration system. And municipalities, all of that data was folded into one central voter registration system. Now, that's where your sister got included in that central voter registration system, probably because when she moved, she didn't notify the city of Augusta, and so they didn't remove her from the rolls. And obviously, we don't want town clerks unilaterally removing people from the rolls without due process. Now, under the National Voter Registration Act, or NVRA, there are certain limitations on removal of voters from lists. You have to wait for 2 federal elections to pass, and there is a process for mailing out to voters and then making them inactive. And as I said, we will share that specific history of what mailings have occurred in the past. It is possible if a mailing wasn't returned as a bad address, if, for example, your sister lived at your parents' home and they accepted that mail, then it would be hard for, if the Secretary of State did not receive a bounce back or mail forwarding or cannot deliver, then they would have no way of knowing that that was a bad address.
So I guess my second question to this is that, I think it's really great that we're going to go ahead and we're going to do the mailing this year to, look at, who's an active voter and who's not an active voter. But, terms for Secretary of State are 2-year terms, like for the rest of us. If we were to make some of these statutory changes, how can we be assured that future Secretary of States would continue to do this work?
So voter list maintenance is a responsibility of the Secretary of State. Now, one thing that you heard Secretary Wyman say, the NCSL confirms with a review of states that use this process versus states that don't, is that having ongoing absentee voting or vote by mail systems actually improves the accuracy of the voter list. Because you were in this process of consistently mailing out to voters. So that is one way in which you could create that ongoing list maintenance. It's another form.
And I do think, Secretary, we'll have a bill coming up that deals with list maintenance stuff at some point.
And then just finally,
try not to deviate too far from this bill.
And may I just add one point? So Deputy Secretary Julie Flynn is on the line and will also be available for the work session. And she did make the point that we did use the federal cross-check system in 2017 for voter list cleanup. And actually, we're challenged by some national groups because the cross-check system did in fact remove a significant number of voters. And as well, there was matching done in 2007, 2009, 2011, and 2013 with a national system called NCOA. So there have been some prior efforts to compare our lists with federal lists.
So NCOA would be national change of address. That would be if somebody moved and they sent a postcard to do that. Finally, and the reason I'm getting confused here is when we're talking about your testimony and we're talking about the Washington Secretary of State's testimony, we're talking about sort of all mail, voting. Do you know what I mean? Or aka, all mail vote states, right? So Washington, Utah, Colorado, Oregon, and is there another one? Maybe Hawaii? I'm not sure, but I
Hawaii.
think there's 5 of them. But what we're talking about here is we're talking about absentee voting, where somebody can go sort of on permanent absentee status, similar to, you know, what you had pointed out in some states are for people with permanent disabilities or seniors and everything. Why in the testimony that I'm hearing are we comparing this to all mail voting, which is sort of a very different, you know, type of voting system than what we're actually discussing here?
So to clarify, and I believe Secretary Wyman made this point very distinctly, Washington State had permanent ongoing absentee voting from 1993 to 2005. And in my testimony, the states that I mentioned, 15 states have in place some form of ongoing absentee voting. So I was very explicit about that. And I can list those. I didn't in the interest of time.
You
But
did list Colorado, though, which is
that was in addition to my testimony, right? That those states have moved from permanent ongoing absentee voting to vote by mail.
Okay, we have Representative Dolph, followed by Representative Supika and Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Secretary Bellows. Would you be opposed? I get very nervous, I'll be honest with you, you know, just sending mass absentee ballots out. But would you oppose the thought of maybe doing it on a yearly basis as we work up to that we could do it? Well, I'll list when we're 100% sure. And what I mean is a yearly that you notify people if you'd like to vote absentee for the full year. So that would take in their primary, take in their, you know, so they're not getting sent absentee ballots every time there is an election. And then the following year, if they want, you know, asked to continue it, they do, they go on. And in the meantime, it would help, or it'd make me more comfortable knowing that once we get through a few years of that, that then we know our list with all the cross-checking and everything are hopefully 100% up to date.
So
And
I do want to make the point.
Sorry, Secretary. I know Secretary Bellows has to run to a confirmation hearing in a minute. So this may have to be the last questions, but we can send some to her in writing because you have a confirmation hearing in state and local, but go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, we're appointing the new state archivist and I need to present the confirmation. Representative Dolph, I'd love to continue this conversation and with the bill sponsor about implementation. I will say that the effective date in the legislation is 2023 to allow us to do the required list maintenance activities to prepare for this and also put in place the technology through the CVR to manage this at the state, the list of ongoing permanent absentee voters at the state level. So. And I apologize, but confirmation hearings do not wait. So thank you very much. We will be at the work session, both myself and Deputy Secretary Flynn and Representative Corey. We will in fact get you that history in writing. So thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary. And sorry to extend that.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to move to public testimony or continue through public testimony. And just so people have an idea who's coming up, again, we'll upgrade you and then you can, if you can tailor your remarks to 3 minutes. So based on the signups, we're going to go to Michael Kabidi, Phil Steele, Eliza Hill, and Tom Waddell. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. Good morning. My name is Michael Cabetta. and on Policy Council for the American Civil Liberties Union of Maine, a statewide organization committed to advancing and preserving civil liberties guaranteed by the state and federal constitutions. On behalf of our members, I urge you all to support LD 148 because it would strengthen our democracy. Your committee has the critical responsibility of overseeing the statutes by which our elections are administered in Maine. We urge you all to seek ways in which the right to vote can be expanded, to promote rather than to restrict participation, and to ensure that the integrity of our elections is protected so that the elections reflect the will of the citizenry. LD 148 would make two very important changes in Maine's election laws. First, it would allow absentee voters to remain absentee voters without having to verify that status before every election. Second, it would require elections clerks to inform absentee voters about how to correct ballots that include errors. The first change would eliminate a needless administrative burden from the shoulders of voters. It would also likely mean that more voters participate in each election, ensuring that our government reflects the will of as many voters as possible. The second change would likely also mean that more voters are heard in each Maine election. Currently, there is no statutory requirement that election officials inform voters about how they can cure defects in their ballot, though the Secretary of State's office did direct officials to give voters an opportunity to cure defective absentee ballots for the 2020 elections. But without a clear statutory directive, there's a danger that a voter's ballot is rejected, all because the voter made an innocent error on their ballot. This bill would eliminate that risk of voter disenfranchisement from our electoral system. The right to vote is a cornerstone of our democracy. This bill would deepen and strengthen that right. For the reasons I've stated, we urge you to vote ought to pass. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Great, thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So next up, we're going to have Philip Steele, followed by Eliza Hill and Tom Waddell. So Mr. Steele, I don't know if you can hear us.
Yeah,
Oh.
I think I should be on now. Is that right?
You're on. Yep.
Great.
We can
Thank
hear
you.
your audio. Yep. So,
Yeah. Well, let me see if I can do video too. No, I don't seem to be able to get on video, but my name is Phil Steele. I live in Portland, and I support the passage of LD 148. I leave it to others to detail the many benefits of this bill. Rather, in my written testimony, I have reviewed the history of absentee voting legislation in Maine and provide data about its current usage. Before presenting an abbreviated oral summary of the facts, here are three broad conclusions. One, Maine has a long and successful history implementing the use of absentee voting. Two, absentee voting has been widely and increasingly popular. This is true amongst people of all political parties living in every part of the state. Three, 21st century voting procedures, whether in person or absentee, have shown near zero evidence of fraud and misuse. But here are the historical facts. Absentee voting in Maine began in 1891, the very same year secret ballots were adopted. At the time, soldiers were allowed to vote absentee. Over the ensuing 108 years, the legislature expanded the right to vote absentee 4 different times, ending in 1999, when the right was provided to all registered voters. Since then, use of absentee voting, as Secretary Bellows mentioned, has steadily increased. About 1 of 8 Mainers voted absentee in the 2000 presidential election. More than 1 in 3 voted absentee in the 2016 elections. And last year, of course, 60% of us voted absentee. Looking at the 2020 figures, Democrats were about 1.5 times more likely to vote absentee ballots than Republicans or unaffiliated voters. But over 40% of Republican voters cast absentee ballots, this despite urgings from their party leaders not to do so. Of 500,000 absentee ballots submitted in 2020, only one was deemed to be illegal, and this was caught well before it was counted. In Matt Dunlop's entire 8-year term as Secretary of State, only 3 cases of suspected voter fraud were referred for prosecution. In short, ongoing absentee ballot should be a no-brainer for this legislature. It neither expands nor restricts voting rights of Mainers. It's merely a process improvement for those who may choose to participate in the program. I urge your passage of the bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony.
Welcome.
Okay, next up, we're going to go to Eliza Hill, followed by Tom Waddell, and then we'll go to Alicia Melnick.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for allowing me to present testimony for LD 148. My name is Elizabeth Hill. I'm from Brooksville, Maine, and I am in favor of an act to establish ongoing absentee voting. Due to the ongoing COVID pandemic this year, my town of Brooksville is conducting town meeting votes and votes for town officers through vote by mail. Voting at home allows me time to explore any matter further if I want. I'm also relieved that I won't have to stand in line to vote, to go out in bad weather, or worry about how to stay 6 feet apart and afford CMAX while giving other people rides to the town offices. When the pandemic is over, ongoing absentee voting will not prevent me from going to our town offices to vote if I choose. The town administration employees have organized distribution of the written ballots well this year, but ongoing absentee voting would allow them to plan ahead every year with better use of their time. Mailed-in ballots will allow faster completion of counting votes ahead of time. Ongoing absentee voting makes it easier, specifically in my town, for older people to vote. Our town has a small population of 936 residents, but a large land area of 31 square miles, or 30 people per square mile. So it's no wonder that a survey recently completed by the Brooksville Comprehensive Planning Board shows that a major concern of our rural towns residents is mobility. Ongoing absentee voting gives residents one less worry about being able to get around where they need to go. The whole state of Maine is getting older, with a median age of 45 years old compared to the nation's average of 38 years old. The median age for residents of Hancock County is even older at 49 years old, and for Brooksville, it is 55 years old. I got these statistics from the census reporter as taken from the Census Bureau. Finding their ballots in their mailboxes would be very appreciated by many older people who opt in to receive absentee ballots on a continuing basis. Though some may deny it, increasing age goes hand in hand with decreasing memory, and there are those who might forget to request a ballot before each election. I understand that Maine was once a leader in voter turnout, but has fallen behind those states which have expanded mailed-in voting. Ongoing absentee voting is an expansion of Maine's existing safe and reliable absentee voting system. As the previous speaker, Mr. Steele, said, where the incidence of voter fraud is 5 times less than the chance of getting struck by lightning. So I urge passage of an act to establish ongoing absentee voting. If you have any questions, I will try to answer them.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for calling in, Eliza.
You're welcome. Thank you for being there.
Okay, so up next, we're going to go to Tom Waddell, followed by Alicia Melnick. And while we're pulling people up, I'll just quickly go through the list. And if you're not on the list, if you can raise your virtual hand in the attendees box, that will help us know if we have any others who aren't on the list. So after Tom and Alicia, we're going to go with Cheryl Walker, Douglas Bennett, Maddie Covino, Matthew Wheel, Nadine Bangerton, Robert Booth, Roger Bishop, Beth Ahern, Patty Du Bois, and Kate Dufour. So if there's anybody in the attendees list who wasn't on there, okay, we'll add you all in. Great, thank you for raising your hands. Great, so if we have Tom up, you can go ahead and start. Welcome, Mr. Waddell.
Hi, my name is Tom Waddell. I'm from Litchfield, and I am testifying in favor of yeah, I got a phone call.
You at a concert? Yeah. Mr. Waddell, you're on mute, sir. We can. So you're still on mute. I'm unable to unmute.
Okay.
You. There you go. Welcome back.
Okay, thank you. I am testifying in favor of LD 148. This bill allows voters to opt in to receiving absentee ballots automatically. It also reduces the burden on city and town clerks for every election. There is no difference between this bill and the Maine absentee voting laws, except voters who want to can have their absentee ballots mailed to them automatically. The text of LD 148 shows ongoing absentee voting in other states dramatically increases voter turnout, the hallmark of American democracy, and provides security measures for Maine's mail-in ballots. I will not repeat these safeguards. My testimony addresses the objection that passing LD 148 will increase significant voter fraud. My research shows that there has never been sufficient voter fraud in the nation's entire history to affect national or state election results. More recently in Maine, after a 2-month investigation that spanned 10 years into voter fraud, former Maine Secretary of State Charlie Summers concluded his evidence showed only one non-citizen in Maine in 2002 voted illegally. Passing LD 148 is not likely to increase voter fraud to any significant level in order to change election results. More importantly, the Summers appointed election commission concluded that voting is an act of citizenship. Maine citizens should be allowed ready access to voting, and no unnecessary barriers should make it difficult for them to vote. Former Secretary of State Matthew Dunlap supported that commission's findings. He said, if politicians take heed of the commission's report, it should help settle voting controversies, including absentee voting, well into the future. I urge the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee to vote LD 148 ought to pass. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Waddell. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for coming in and testifying this morning.
Thank you.
Yep. Great. Next up, we have Alicia Melnick.
Good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify before you today in support of LD 148, an act to establish ongoing absentee voting. As I said, my name is Alicia Melnick. I'm an attorney at Bernstein Schur in Portland, but I am here today to represent the Center for Secure and Modern Elections, an organization dedicated to advancing nonpartisan pro-voter policies at the state level. I wanted to thank Speaker Fecto for his longstanding work on this issue and just make a couple additional points. As you've heard, while Maine has already established itself as a national leader in civic participation, we've learned over the course of the pandemic that there's more to be done to ensure that we have the most secure, efficient, and accessible election system in the country. The COVID-19 pandemic posed significant challenges to election administration last year, one of the most salient being the unprecedented shift in voter preference to absentee voting. As long as the pandemic is present in our lives, voters will continue to gravitate towards options that allow them to cast their ballots in a safe manner. And even after this public health crisis is over, the demands of working parents, unpredictable weather, busy working schedules, age or physical disabilities, and other demands of life have motivated more and more voters to seek out and make regular use of Maine's longstanding no excuse absentee voting system. This bill presents an opportunity to streamline that process by allowing voters who know they will be voting absentee in multiple upcoming elections to share that information with their clerks in one single application instead of one request per election. This change will make the process more efficient for voters and for clerks as well. It will reduce the number of absentee ballots requested each election, implementing a single sign-up process and alleviating the administrative burden and cost of processing large number of requests. This will allow clerks to focus fully on administering the most secure election possible. Having an ongoing list ultimately increases predictability as well in how voters in a certain municipality will cast their ballots, resulting in more accurate allocation of resources when it comes to distributing absentee ballots and establishing quantity and placement for in-person vote locations. We are committed to ensuring that clerks have the most secure and efficient systems in place to run our elections. This includes ensuring that voters deemed inactive are automatically taken off of our ongoing absentee voting lists, and giving voters convenient options to request or terminate their absentee voting status to keep lists current, as well as using the new ballot tracking system to ensure that ballots are only being sent to intended recipients. The truth is, a combination of both a robust, secure absentee vote by mail system and safe and available in-person voting options will best ensure the security and accessibility of our elections. There's strong evidence that implementing this system will strengthen our election system, save the state money, and allow our state employees to do what they do best, administer safe, secure elections. I urge you to support this bill. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Oh, and I'll just add that the timing will allow this to take place at the same time as implementing our automatic voter registration system, which will also help purge some of those inactive voters that folks are concerned about.
Thank you, Ms. Melnick. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, let's see. Next up, we have Cheryl Walker. So give me a second here while I move her up. And Ms. Walker, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I guess you can't see me, but I'm not quite sure I want to push another button and cut myself off. So good morning. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. My name is Cheryl Walker and I live in Wells. I'm happy for this opportunity to share my thoughts in support of LD 148, as you all know by now, an act to establish ongoing absentee voting. I've been voting for nearly 50 years and have voted in several states under various rules and in many situations. I have to tell you that the easiest voting experience for me occurred in 2020, a year most of us think was one of the most difficult and challenging. I used the online maine.gov option to complete an application for absentee voting, received approval from my municipality, who sent me the ballot when they said they would, with easy to understand directions for returning the ballot. Because I was concerned, as many others were, about mail delivery delays, I hand delivered my completed ballot to the secure return slot at Wells Town Hall. I could then track online whether my ballot was accepted or rejected. The entire process was smooth, easy, and very convenient. Passage of LD 148 would only improve this process. I am a true believer in the goal of increasing voter turnout in all of our elections, one of the reasons LD 148 is being proposed. There are many obstacles to successful in-person voting on election days. We should always be working to make voting easier, not more difficult. Technology is helping us certainly in this regard. I remain confident in the ways Maine has conducted recent elections, and I look forward to even more benefits with the passage of LD 148. Increasing citizen participation in our elections is a worthy cause. Our democracy will grow stronger for it, and I look forward to a time, hopefully in the not too distant future, where an overwhelming majority of voters can truly declare they played an active part in a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for coming and testifying.
Thank you.
Great, so up next, I believe we have Douglas Bennett. And Douglas.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, members of the committee, I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today on giving testimony in favor of LD 148. At Gettysburg, Abraham Lincoln spoke of the promise of this country as government of the people, by the people, and for the people. That promise, the promise of democracy, depends on our ensuring that everyone with the right to vote can indeed vote. That promise depends on our ensuring that voting is simple, straightforward, and secure. That promise depends on our making every reasonable effort to see that everyone's voice can be heard and that everyone's voice can be counted. Every year, some Mainers, too many, don't vote because they have no way to get to the polls. They may have work or childcare obligations. They may be ill or infirm. The weather may keep them indoors. Arrangements for transportation may have fallen through. Holding elections on a single weekday by methods that ask most citizens to cast their vote in person is a guarantee that some will not be able to vote, to cast their vote. For them, Lincoln's promise, our promise, won't be fulfilled. LD 148, an act to establish ongoing absentee voting, will take an important step towards fulfilling the promise of democracy. While Maine already allows absentee balloting, too many who should avail themselves of the opportunity will not remember to request an absentee ballot until it is too late. They may well not know how to go about requesting an absentee ballot. LD 148 will allow voters to opt in to receiving an absentee ballot for every election. Voters will no longer have to figure out how to request an absentee ballot. They'll no longer need to remember to request one days or weeks before an election. 7 other states already use this method. A number of others use it for disabled or elderly voters. 9 use vote by mail for all elections. This method has proven to be safe and secure. You've already heard testimony this morning from the Washington Secretary of State, a state that has been way out front on the use of vote by mail. I strongly urge passage of LD 148, an act to establish ongoing absentee voting. And I thank you for this opportunity this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony. Okay, up next we have Maddie Cavino, followed by Matthew Wheel and Nadine Bangerton. Welcome.
Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the Joint Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Maddie Cavino, and I represent the National Vote at Home Institute. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to the merits of LD 148, an act to establish ongoing absentee voting. We would like to thank Speaker Fecteau for bringing this bill forward, and we are pleased to see Maine taking steps to simplify processes, save money, and maintain the security and integrity of its elections. We are a nonpartisan nonprofit dedicated to making sure every American can vote in secure, accessible, and equitable elections by expanding vote-at-home systems in all 50 states. First of all, we would like to commend Maine on their very high participation rate and tradition of high voter turnout. Importantly, a full 60% of votes in the state were cast by mail in 2020, and it speaks to the ingenuity and hard work of the many election officials who adapted to the difficulties of the pandemic. We are thrilled that the Speaker has sponsored this bill in particular because Maine has a lot to gain through this legislation due to a high rate of repetition in its absentee requests. Approximately 66% of absentee ballot requests received in 2018 matched requests from 2016, meaning that voters were pleased with their experience voting by mail and felt it necessary for the next election. A survey of election officials across the country led us to a cost range of $3.50 to $10 per absentee request form processed by an election department per election. We could reasonably expect clerks in Maine to see an enormous cost savings year over year simply by implementing an ongoing absentee option. In addition to simple cost savings, ongoing absentee policies allow for better long-term planning for election officials. Currently, absentee requests are being processed during the 3 months preceding each election, when other offices across the country are using that time and energy to educate voters on their options. Eliminating redundancy, human error, and paperwork will free up staffers to do the important work of serving voters. And as clerks gather data on who uses ongoing absentee, they can better plan for staff, supplies, and locations for in-person voting. We are also glad to see that LD 148 includes provisions that allow a voter to cure any deficiencies on their ballot return envelope before Election Day. This is a best practice that our organization advocates for nationwide. Mistakes happen. Maybe a voter forgot to sign the envelope or their signature looks different due to an injury. But giving voters the opportunity to ensure that their voice is heard is a policy change that we are happy to support. Again, we are so pleased that Maine is considering these common sense and voter-centric changes, and we urge you to support LD 148. Thank you again for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Maddie. Any questions from members of the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you for coming in and testifying. Okay, next up we have Matthew Wheel.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Matthew Weil, and I am from the Bipartisan Policy Center in Washington, D.C. BPC was founded more than a decade ago by 4 former United States Senate Majority Leaders, Senators Tom Daschle, Robert Dole, George Mitchell, and Howard Baker, and we count distinguished former Maine Senator Olympia Snowe among our current board members. BPC's Elections Project believes that free and fair elections are critical to the health of democracy, and voting is the most important expression of a citizen's democratic rights. We host the BPC Task Force on Elections, which is a group of state and local election administrators from across the country. These individuals represent Republican and Democratic jurisdictions, but most importantly, they know what works in elections because they live it daily, and I'm honored to represent them here today. Our task force's full January 2020 report, Logical Election Policy, was adopted by those 21 members unanimously and covers all aspects of voting, It is available at bipartisanpolicy.org. Maine is considering a policy that would allow voters to apply for an absentee ballot for multiple elections with one application. BPC's Task Force on Elections endorsed exactly such a policy. The ongoing absentee proposal in LD 148 is most similar to the policy in Arizona, which allows voters to register for a permanent absentee voting list, the PEVL, in perpetuity. Once on the list, voters automatically receive their absentee ballots for all elections. The state has allowed voters to sign up for the PEVL since 2007, and more than 2/3 of Arizona voters were on the list as of the 2020 presidential election. There are administrative pros and cons to establishing an ongoing absentee list. First, it eliminates the need for a voter to reapply for an absentee ballot ahead of each election, which decreases the administrative processing of applications for election administrators. It also means fewer applications the election jurisdiction needs to send to voters. Both will bring cost savings. Second, ongoing absentee voting lists decrease the possibility that a voter intending to cast an absentee ballot will forget to request it with enough time to receive, mark, and return it ahead of an upcoming election. The voters on an ongoing absentee list receive their ballots automatically and earlier in the domestic absentee process. There can, however, be an administrative burden associated with an ongoing absentee list. Voters may apply to automatically receive an absentee ballot only to decide to cast their vote in person. This change of heart results in clerks sending ballots to voters that will go unused and can slow down in-person voting. That is why BPC's task force endorses, for states with an ongoing absentee list, a trigger for the removal of voters from that list for certain reasons. Triggers could include showing up to vote in person or failing to vote for a certain number of election cycles, among others. LD 148 includes triggers for removal consistent with those recommended by BPC's task force on elections. All Americans must feel confident that their voting process is fair, safe, and accessible. The BPC Task Force on Elections sought to provide the expert input of election administrators into the policy development discussion. An ongoing absentee list would improve the voting experience for all Mainers while making election administration more efficient. Thank you for allowing me to speak today, and I am available as an ongoing resource as you make voting easier in Maine.
Thank you, Mr. Weil. Is that right?
Yes.
Sorry for saying it wrong. So just a question. You said a lot of states use a trigger for removal if you show up in person, then you're removed from the ongoing list?
The triggers vary, but that is one way that some states have considered making sure that the ongoing absentee list isn't always sending ballots, to no end, because states certainly have some concerns about having ballots out there that aren't being used, right? And there's a cost and there's a security problem with that.
Great. Any other questions from the committee? Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just following up on your question to Mr. Weil, is that trigger that you're describing a permanent trigger? If you vote in person, you'd go off the list permanently?
Our recommendation isn't necessarily that the trigger be one election you show up in person and you automatically get removed from the list, but certainly having some sort of trigger that says if you voted in person, 2 times and you're already on the ongoing absentee list, we're going to consider pulling you off that list so that we aren't sending these ballots to someone who's not using them. That's the recommendation of our task force, because we do know that there's an administrative burden on that side as well.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for testifying today, Mr. Weil.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Nadine Bangerton. Then we'll follow with Robert Booth and Roger Bishop. So welcome, Nadine.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Lucchini and Representative Chiazzo and members of the committee. My name is Nadine Bangler. I'm a resident of Rockland, Maine. I'm here today as a volunteer on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Maine, testifying in support of LD 148. The League of Women Voters of Maine is a nonpartisan political organization that has been working for over 100 years to improve our government and engage our communities in the decisions that impact our lives. We applaud efforts like this bill to make the ballot more accessible and create efficiencies for town clerks. Ongoing absentee ballots particularly serve Maine voters who face competing priorities and additional obstacles. It's already easy to vote in Maine. Enacting LD 148 would add yet another choice and convenience for voters, but it's important to consider its overall impact on Maine's absentee voting system. 10 years ago, a pilot study of ongoing absentee voting was conducted. In summary, then Secretary of State Charles Summers and his office did not recommend extending the pilot for 3 reasons. the need for automated processes, diversion from less costly voting methods, and notable increases after 1 year in return ballots. Undelivered absentee ballots are a security issue as well as a waste of time and money. If Maine adopts ongoing absentee voting, it will be essential that the Secretary of State's office use every available tool to maintain clean, accurate voter rolls, including implementation of automatic voter registration, enactment of online voter registration to help voters update their information, joining ERIC, the Interstate Voter Registration Data Sharing System, and investing in a signature matching technology, training, and protocol. Due to the technological changes underway for AVR and possibly OVR, sequencing LD 148 reform to follow these upgrades may involve moving the implementation date back. The League strongly supports a provision LD 148 requiring that the clerks attempt to contact a voter within 24 hours for signature affidavit issues. This mandatory notification means voters get to correct any errors and ensure their votes count. We can't predict whether adopting this bill will significantly change how we vote in Maine, but we should be prepared for an increase in the use of absentee ballots. Our election system is already burdened by the number of absentee ballots, which are time-consuming to process and validate. As we move to make it easier for Mainers to vote by mail, we must guard against any reduction in access to in-person voting, which is an essential option for many voters. A robust, secure, accessible election system makes both in-person and absentee voting convenient. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I will be happy to answer any questions from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadine. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for logging on to testify today. So next up, we have Robert Booth. Welcome.
Great. Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Rob Booth, and I live in Portland. I am here today to support Bill LD 148, the act to establish an ongoing absentee voting list. For the last 6 years, as background, I've served as the national field director for a group called Represent Us. It's a nonprofit that works to bring together conservatives and progressives and everyone in between to pass powerful laws that are centered on dismantling the root causes of inequity in our democracy. Establishing an ongoing absentee list here in Maine, my home state, is very much in line with that mission, which is why I wanted to talk to you today. Absentee voting, in my experience, is safe, it's secure, and as our recent election has demonstrated, it can lead to improved voter turnout. Now, Maine has a long history of leading the nation in sensible reforms that promote ballot access and participation. But as many others who have testified today have pointed out, we have fallen behind other states in recent years. In terms of turnout, we've fallen behind many states who have expanded their mail balloting, but it really doesn't have to be this way. With sensible reforms like LD 148, paired with things like online voter registration, ERIC membership, Maine can safely modernize our elections. And again, Maine can be a leader on these issues for the whole country. I think I would close with saying, while I think that this ongoing absentee list is a fantastic start, I hope that passing LD 148 can be a first step on a much longer path to modernizing our elections. I would love to see us do what 9 other states have done and begin to automatically send ballots to all voters. In those 9 states, voters are free to return ballots by the mail or hand them in at a safe drop box or other designated locations, or they can go to their polling place and cast a vote in person like they normally would. This is a model of voting that is centered around voter choice, and it helps voters to vote on their terms and ensures that divisions around class and race don't make it easier for one Mainer to vote than the other. So again, thank you for your time, and please vote yes on LD 148.
Great, thank you, Mr. Booth. Any questions from the committee this time? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. Next up, we have Roger Bishop. And then so people know, we'll go to Beth Ahern, Jillian Burns, Kent Ackley, Nancy Rudolph, and Jonathan Silverman. Followed up by Patty Du Bois and Kate Dufour. Welcome, Mr. Bishop.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yep.
Great. Good morning, honorable members of the Veteran and Legal Affairs Committee of the Maine Legislature. I thank you for the opportunity to share my comments. Again, my name is Roger Bishop. I'm a resident of Cape Elizabeth. And the reason I am asking for your indulgence today is to share my personal perspective of why I think it's important that LD 148 is passed. I'm a senior citizen, as you can tell, of the state of Maine, and I pride myself in supporting the governance of the state. The 2020 election process was trying from many aspects. This is even more true for senior citizens of the state. I've never missed a general election for over the last 50 years, and it's a point of pride for me. And for the first time, voting in 2020 election made me choose my choice between civic duty and my health. If it were not for the absentee voting system in Maine, I was still willing to put my life at risk in order to cast my vote. That's how strongly I feel about it. As I discussed my concerns with my daughter who lives in the state of Washington, who also happens to work in the healthcare industry and was in the middle of the pandemic at her place of work, she pointed out the Washington state's process of vote by mail and auto voter registration and so forth that you have heard about today from Washington's Secretary of State. And she said, asked me a simple question. She's an overprotective daughter, by the way, like most of her daughters. Why doesn't Maine have something like that? And I said, I don't know. And lo and behold, I found out about LD 148. I said, that makes a lot of sense. Maine has one of the oldest populations in the country, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. Given those statistics, it only makes sense to me and others of my peer group that the citizens of this state should be able to avail themselves of a means to cast their vote in a way that assures their ability to safely exercise their right to select representative leadership. LD 148 is a step forward allowing such that, and I encourage you to please pass it. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions?
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for dialing in today.
Thank you.
Great. Next up, we have Beth Ahern, followed up by Jillian Burns. Welcome.
Welcome. Good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the Veteran Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Beth Ahern, and I am the Director of Government Affairs for Maine Conservation Voters, testifying in support of LD 148, an act to establish ongoing absentee voting. Maine Conservation Voters works to make conservation a political priority and to build an inclusive democracy. We support measures that make voting more efficient, secure, and accessible for all eligible Maine voters. Today, that means supporting ongoing absentee voting in Maine. You've heard that Maine has consistently one of the highest election turnout rates, and so I'm not going to repeat that. What I'm going to focus on today is something that's personally important to me. My mom lives in an elder care facility in Portland. While she's of sound mind, she's not very mobile, and having her ballot come to her for every election would save her the hassle of requesting a ballot each time and ensure that she votes, which is pretty important to me. In addition to lowering barriers for elderly, disabled, student, and rural populations, what we know is this. Data from clerks across the country and from varying sizes of offices indicate that it costs between $3.50 and $10 to process a single absentee ballot.
Based on these numbers, Maine could save between $450,000 and $1.3 million a year simply by eliminating duplicate requests. Ongoing absentee voting lowers barriers to voting for vulnerable Mainers, saves money, and creates an expectation for voters that they will have a consistent and convenient voting experience every election. I found that the Secretary of State from Washington, SOS Wyman's testimony very compelling, as well as the Biddeford Town Clerk, who actually, there was a smashing success. So please pass LD 148, and it's lovely to see all of you, some old friends and some new faces. I wish I was there in person, but it's lovely to see you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you, and good to see you as well.
Bye.
Okay, next up, we're going to go with Jillian Burns, followed up with Kent Ackley, Nancy Randolph, and Jonathan Silverman, and Patty Du Bois, and Kate Dufour.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good morning, and thank you, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the committee. My name is Jillian Burns. I'm from Gardner, and I'm delighted to testify in support of such a sensible pro-democracy bill as LD 148. I'm the sort of hardcore civics nerd who never misses an election, although I try never to miss an election, but I've let a few go by me, to my sorrow. With ongoing absentee voting, that won't happen, nor would I ever have that sinking feeling of closing the curtain on my voting booth, looking at the ballot and realizing there was a budget or referendum question I hadn't researched, or a slate of candidates for a local race I hadn't heard of. I can usually exercise enough restraint to leave those blank, but if everyone, could spend a while reading articles and scorecards and making a few calls when confronted by a mysterious ballot item, the whole system would be better off. Imagine if people just filled in ballot bubbles at random. Local elections get drowned out by the big ones, but as we all know, in many ways, they affect our lives more. Ongoing absentee voting by mailing out every ballot to every voter who wants one in advance of every election and giving them ample time to inform their decisions is nothing but a boon for every participant at every level of Maine democracy. Please vote for LD 148, and thank you. I'd be glad to answer questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions from members of the committee at this time? Seeing none, thank you, Jillian, for testifying today. Next up, we have Kent Ackley, followed by Nancy Rudolph and Jonathan Silverman.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Lucchini and Chiazzo and members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. I'm Kent Ackley, resident of Monmouth, former member of this committee, and I'm glad to be able to join you this morning. We made an effort to do a similar bill in the 129th, and unfortunately, the pandemic fell upon us and we weren't able to finish our work. But I can tell you that since the 129th and in this hearing, I'm hearing a lot of very positive steps forward from where we were at in the 129th. I'm truly encouraged to hear our new Secretary of State reassure any town clerks that there's a willingness to create administrative tools to help manage these lists in an accurate and low labor way. I'm also encouraged to hear about the renewed sense of security that the tracking system that our former Secretary of State created, as well as some sort of signature verification process that includes an opportunity for people to cure a ballot that is defective in some way, identified as defective. You know, I too was enthralled to hear the Secretary of State of Washington talk to us a little bit about their experience over the course of decades in that state. And one thing jumped out at me for anyone who's got concerns about the accuracy of lists, anyone who's got concerns about cleanup of lists, like taking voters off the rolls. One of the beautiful parts about an automatic absentee ballot system is that it takes many of the human decisions out of the cleanup process. If Washington State's experience can teach us anything, it's that the fact that we are reaching out and engaging with voters more frequently and on a regular basis through mail, that the accuracy of their list actually improves, so that the security and the administrative overhead involved with managing this is improved as well. So I see this as a win, and I would urge you to support this bill, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you, Kent. Any questions from the committee at this point? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Good seeing you.
So next up, we have Nancy Randolph. And Nancy will be followed by Jonathan Silverman.
Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry, I didn't unmute now. So I'm not going to do the technical stuff. What I want to do is I want to tell you that I'm a Navy veteran. I've served overseas in Japan. I served in Hawaii. I served as well. Then as a military dependent, I was in Iceland. I did absentee ballots all those times, and even more recently, recently, 20 years ago. That's not very recent, is it? It just seems like it. 20 years ago, I was a Peace Corps volunteer at 44 years of age, and I, again, used the absentee ballot. And now, very much more recently, I have been attempting to use the absentee ballot every single time that I can. And so I just know that I now am a small business owner, and I've been for the last 20 years. And it makes it easier for me not to think about, oh, how long am I going to have to wait in a line? Am I going to have to schedule this? So for helping small businesses, for helping different ones of us, absentee ballots should be easy to do. And you shouldn't have to do it 3 times a year. It costs too much. I mean, I'm a frugal Yankee. Let's look at those things. So let's make it easier for small businesses. Let's make it easier for people, and let's make it easier for the town clerk's office and the lesser expense. So I am saying, please, your committee, make this ought to pass the LD 148. And thank you, and I will keep it short. And if you need any questions answered, I'll answer, but I doubt that.
Thank you, Nancy. And you may have been muted, but can you say where you're from for our records?
Sure, Nancy Randolph, not Randolph, or not Rudolph, but Nancy Randolph, R-A-N-D-O-L-P-H, and I'm from Topsom, Maine.
Great, thank you, Nancy. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for testifying today. So next up, we have Mr. Silverman.
Mute.
We can, oh, there you are. Yep, great.
Mr.
Welcome.
Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for hearing me. You've heard a lot about how this law works technically, and I hope there's really no question that that ongoing absentee voting is secure. The only problem I've heard mentioned on it today, there was a recommendation which I would urge you to ignore, to have triggers to disenfranchise people who happen to go and vote in person for 1 or 2 or however many elections, rather than use their mailed-in ballot. The cost of mailing a ballot is, as you've heard, quite low in comparison with the good it does in helping to enfranchise voters and make them able to vote. If someone's going to sometimes vote in person, sometimes use that ballot, going back to Secretary Bellows' testimony, I'm sure she explained there was a way, a mechanism to make sure that people only voted once. Our job is to make sure that people can vote easily, not to disenfranchise them behind their backs because they happen to vote in person instead of with these ballots. You've heard a lot of good things about how much easier it is to vote with these ballots. For me, there was another issue that was important. I find that being able to sit at home where I can really research the ballot while I am thinking about it makes me a better voter. There are all kinds of resources at home. I can telephone candidates, there are websites, there are mailings, and you might say, hey, you could do all your research beforehand and then go cast a vote in person, knowing how you're going to vote. But I like being able to research things at my own pace, be thoughtful, have last minute thoughts, and I seal that envelope when I'm confident that I have made the best vote. It's a much more comfortable, more relaxed, better way to vote. I doubt that I'm the only voter in Maine who feels that way. So you have a chance to lower costs, increase turnouts, and make better voters. This bill is a winner and it should pass. I would also mention that I happen to be at the University of Maine right now as a master's candidate in educational technology. There's a lot of interest in a large rural state in finding ways to get people together who live far apart. Now you might say, well, you vote in your own town. If you're in your own town when it's time to vote, look at this Zoom session. It's easy for people to come from all over the state to testify. It is time to improve the way that we vote. There are so many capabilities we have these days that are better than the methods that we used to have. Put this in parallel with all the other things that bring people together, and ongoing absentee voting is a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Silverman, if you could please, what group you're with and what town? I didn't get that. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I should tell you that. I'm just here as a voter. I live in Augusta.
Great, thanks.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir. So next up, we'll move to Patty Du Bois, and then followed up by Kate Dufour. So now we're moving into the opposition segment.
There. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for your patience.
Oh, certainly. Senator Lucchini and Representative Chiazzo and members of the Veteran and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Patty Du Bois. I am the chair of the Legislative Policy Committee for the Maine Towns and City Clerks Association, and I'm also the city clerk for the city of Waterville. And I'm testifying today in opposition to LD 148 on behalf of the association for several reasons, and we thank you for the opportunity to outline our concerns. First of all, regarding the ongoing absentee ballot status, we're concerned with potential voter fraud and ballot security. Voters who may move within our municipalities and forget to update voter registration address would mean that with an ongoing absentee request, we automatically mail them a ballot. The ballot may go to someone that it's not intended to. If the voter with an ongoing request moves or dies and we're not notified, we'll be mailing the ballots to that address that's no longer applicable. We believe there's better control and protection of the absentee ballot distribution process if voters need to request an absentee ballot for individual elections. There is a local expense involved. This bill would require the municipality to automatically send a state and a municipal absentee ballot to any voter who has submitted a request for status as an ongoing absentee voter. As such, we'll be mailing ballots to a lot of people who may have moved to a different address. They may not receive their absentee ballot, so we'll get a call from them and they'll give us their updated address, and we would then have to send out a duplicate ballot. Mailing the second ballot requires additional postage, so we have an additional cost there, as well as the cost for an additional ballot. Also for local elections, given the volume of absentee ballot requests that's typically much smaller than for a gubernatorial and local election, which would mean that we have more expense for mailing local election for these smaller elections, mailing ballots out to people who have not been voting in local affairs or may not in fact return a ballot that they didn't request for that election. We would note that there may be some increased confusion in 2020. Some campaigns encourage voters to request an absentee ballot to guarantee their ability to cast a ballot in response to the unknowns that the pandemic provided. But they would bring the ballot on election day to vote in person at the polls. This creates confusion with the election staff at the polls because voters who check in at the polls must be provided a set of ballots, even if they have blank absentee ballots with them. There is a stated expense, as was noted previously, about the state's voter registration system that would have to be updated for this program. There was a state pilot program in 2010 where a few towns participated. Towns that did participate experienced a high volume of ballots that were returned as undeliverable due to the voter moving, and this was only a 1 year period of an ongoing request. If municipalities experience many undeliverable ballots just after a 1 year period, the amount that could be returned over a few years for several elections would be much higher. We would note that this completion of the pilot program after that they didn't pursue this program any longer. And regarding the corrections of discrepancies with signatures for an affidavit on an absentee request, our members feel that this process might be best handled through rulemaking rather than through statute due to the complexity of the ways by which the correction of a discrepancy may be made. We feel a broader look at that may be warranted, but it sounds like Secretary Bellows has proposed some language, which I haven't seen yet. And so in conclusion, I would just note that obtaining an absentee ballot is currently extremely easy. It's convenient for voters. A 2-minute phone call to their town office is all it takes. A lot of people took advantage of the internet access to request a ballot anytime, day or night. Voters who reside in a nursing home can vote in person at their nursing facility because clerks are required to visit them to conduct absentee voting at that site. We're not aware of any group that's disenfranchised by ordering an absentee ballot before each election because it's so accessible, quick and efficient. We will note that there's also a federal program for automatic absentee ballot requests for voters who are in the military or overseas. 75% of our turnout here in Waterville at the last election was by absentee ballot, so a lot of new absentee voters were able to navigate the process. Clerks from around the state all witnessed voter confusion from a barrage of unsolicited mailings from candidates, political parties, and other groups. Another unsolicited mailing, even if it's the absentee ballot itself, may end up in the trash.
So Patty, we've run out of time, but we have a number of questions where you can keep going.
Okay.
Unless you have to finish up your thought, you can feel free.
The thought is that, of course, clerks will administrate whatever laws are in place, but we just wanted to point out some of our concerns to the group, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Looks like we have a few. Representative Tuttle.
You mentioned about the cost to the municipality being a local city councilor. Myself, we've heard testimony that this can save money, but from a municipal perspective, you're saying it's going to cost us money. Is that correct?
Well, it could, in fact, at least initially cost additional money because, the key to this is a clean voter list. And as Secretary Bellows alluded to, there'll be a purge taking place in the near future. But in the interim, we have, we'll be mailing to folks that are no longer, in fact, voters. So there's a cost associated with that. And if we end up doing duplicate mailings, there's also a cost associated with the duplicate mailings, the administration and the postage costs.
Now, as far as polling your membership, do you do that, or how do you come across a policy decision that you can speak to us? Is it voted upon by all your members or just a few?
Well, we have a legislative policy committee that's made up of 10 or 12 clerks from regions around the state, small communities and larger communities. So we base our testimony on the impact from municipal clerks from that group. We do have, we can't represent it 100% of our membership, obviously. And we do occasionally poll members when there's a huge split, almost 50-50 on a bill, to see how they kind of weigh in on that. But there are a few clerks around the state that are in support of this. But I think for the most part, a lot of clerks are concerned about some of the points that I mentioned in the testimony.
Thank you, Patty.
Okay, thank you, Representative Tunnel. Representative Kinney.
I am going to try to have my video on for this part. Got kicked out earlier. I don't know. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not sure if you were able to listen in when the Secretary of State from Washington State was on. I unfortunately got kicked out just as I asked my questions. So I have no idea what her responses were, and haven't had a chance to go back and rewatch the Zoom or the YouTube because I'm here, or at least I'm back for now. But you had testified on some previous bills too, where clerks have been asking for extra time to process absentee ballots. And now with the idea of having possibly even more, is this going to end up being almost more of a hassle for our town clerks and municipal clerks if we're putting this out there? Because at the same time, you'll have the list of the ones that automatically want to get one, but then you're still going to end up with other requests as well. So what's wrong with our current system that this might fix, or maybe you have your other thoughts would be more of what you're saying with this, and maybe if it works, don't fix it.
Yes, well, that's kind of a multifaceted question, I think. I don't think our system is broken necessarily. I think we have a great election system here in the state of Maine, as was witnessed with the 2020 election. We did have a significant shift to absentee voting for the 2020 election. I would anticipate now that people have taken advantage of the absentee process, that shift to absentee voting will continue. So there may be some interim step that needs to take place between what we're doing now and maybe if, at some point in the future, we're doing a different form of voting, either all by mail or all online or whatever, that there may be an interim step involved. Some of these states have taken those interim steps. In the interim, they were kind of ongoing absentee, and then that kind of progressed to an all mail situation, so, it sounds like there's a lot of hybrid programs out there, so it's hard to compare apples to apples in these instances. But I think before we make a very large change, those changes, even if they seem to be small, kind of trickle out to the whole process. So we need to be concerned about what exactly are we fixing when the system works pretty well now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Kinney. Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard some testimony on this where people felt that absentee voting was better for them because they had no idea what would be on the ballot going into the voting booth. Are our town clerks or our towns required to post sample ballots either in their town halls or on their website so people are aware of what's on the ballot prior to voting?
Yeah, state statute does require us to post the ballots within 7 days of the election in a public place. We also try to do, advertising. We did a lot of advertising in the 2020 election to try to get the information out to the voters, using sites and social media to try to get information out there. I agree that it is helpful for voters to have the ballot in advance so they can do a little bit of research. And I think the voters that took advantage of it at the last election, recognize that part of it that they maybe weren't as aware of.
Yeah, but people do have access to sample ballots, via the web or in town halls, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Representative Sapika.
Thank you. I wanted to ask some a clarifying question from Representative Tuttle's question from earlier. I didn't quite understand your response. And you said you're talking about the cost, and you said in the interim it will cost money. But then you mentioned the voter purge that would be taking place. Did I hear that correct? So like this bill is supposed to be enacted in 2 years, January 1st, 2023. So do you foresee that, you know, like the voter purge would already be taken place by then? So like the costs would be lower at that point. Do I have that correct?
Yes, in theory, I think
assumption
you're
correct.
Yeah, I think that you're correct. If there's a satisfactory or a successful purge that takes place, some of those additional costs would be removed. But I think we have, I think it's true that we have somewhat a transient population now. The Secretary of State from Washington did indicate that about 10% return rate is what they see. I would expect, at least initially, we would have a higher return rate. But again, I guess that would remain to be seen as it played out in practice.
Do you see the opportunity that was spoken of earlier about how this will actually help to maintain voter rolls?
Yeah,
in the future.
I think that may in fact be, a benefit to this, if you will. So if it cleaned up the list, I think that would be beneficial. But I think it's like anything, we would have some growing pains initially. So I guess it's the direction that the legislature wants to go with how we conduct absentee voting or voting in general in the state.
Right. Thank you for clarifying that for me.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? All right. I will exercise the chair's prerogative and ask one myself then, Mr. Boyce. You did mention costs, obviously. I think it was clear that we will expect an initial cost up front as we clean the rolls up. I'd like to know if you can, for the work session, if you could quantify that and somehow give us some data in terms of what you expect those additional costs to be. It strikes me that you have to send out those ballots regardless, second ballots again, unless I'm mistaken, whether this is in place or not, if somebody requests it and it gets sent to the wrong address for whatever reason. So if you could give me some give us some data behind that to quantify that, that would be greatly appreciated. Okay. Any other questions at all from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Boyce. We'll look forward to seeing you at the work session.
Have a good day.
And next up, we have Kate Dufour.
Good morning, Representative Chiazzo and members of the VLA committee. My name is Kate Dufour, and I'm here on behalf of the Maine Municipal Association to provide testimony in opposition to LD 148. First, I want to thank Speaker Fector for reaching out to us as well as the Clerks Association to have a conversation about this bill. Although we now better understand each other's perspectives, the association is still opposed to the bill for many of the reasons that Mr. Boyce brought up, but I want to focus on two of them. And one has to do with the ability to claim that an election was conducted fraudulently, in our opinion, gains momentum when somebody who didn't request a ballot gets a ballot for an election, or a ballot is now moved to a location where the voter no longer lives, or is mailed because of timing to somebody who's deceased. So it creates this new atmosphere where something could be considered fraudulent. And what is troubling from our perspective is that it's not the proponents of the bill that'll get the blame. It's not the legislature that's going to get the blame. It's not the Secretary of State. It's the very municipal officials that are trusted to conduct elections that are going to take that burden. If they're substantiated or not, it's going to be a public relations nightmare for communities. And it's an issue and it's a system that the legislature would be asking the clerks to administer on behalf of the state. So we're very concerned about the blame game. It's a very profitable game, and we suspect that we're going to be the ones dealing with that type of problem. The other concern that I want to raise is with respect to Section 4, which would require clerks to, within 24 hours, make a good faith effort to contact an absentee voter and discuss a discrepancy in how to cure the problem with a received absentee ballot. Now, I buy into the argument that the ongoing process would allow absentee ballots to be mailed out earlier than normal. However, there's no link to when a ballot might be cast. And the week leading to an election is some of the busiest time of year for election officials. It's not like they wake up on Tuesday morning before the election and think, hey, I got to do something next week. They have been planning for the election for probably 10 months. And so the concern is that this having to, within 24 hours, within days of an election, to contact voters puts additional burdens on municipal election officials. And we really should be trying to make it easier for them to administer the election. So I thank you for your time and consideration and would answer any questions you might have.
Okay,
Senator
Chairman, oh, sorry. Chairman Chiazzo, go for it.
No, sir, I'm turning it back to you.
Okay, gotcha. Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with some of the potential expenditures of this falling on municipalities, sending out, extra ballots potentially, is this something that Maine Municipal Association would view as sort of like a local mandate? I didn't see a mandate preamble on this bill, but this would be a mandate, right?
It would seem to be. I don't know if there's a provision in election law that prevents some sort of calculation of a mandate, but you will be requiring municipalities to conduct a new task, and there's a cost associated with that. And there's a cost associated with administering the elections, which the property taxpayers fund. So to the extent that the legislature wants to change the way we conduct elections, and there's a cost associated with that, it would be nice if the revenues were provided to communities.
Right, and that mandate preamble says that the legislature would have to provide, what, 90% of the funding?
Well, you basically have three choices. The way the mandate law works, there's three options. The first is you can reimburse municipalities for 90% of the cost of that expenditure. That's absolutely correct. You can avoid reimbursing municipalities by getting the legislature to enact the mandate with the mandate preamble by a 2/3 vote, basically saying, yes, we understand that there are costs associated with this new legislation, but we think it's important enough that the municipalities and property taxpayers should pay for it. The third option is if you neither do adopt it with the preamble with 2/3 vote, or you fail to reimburse municipalities for 90%, that responsibility or that new task becomes voluntary on behalf of the municipalities.
Thank you, Ms. Dufour.
Great. Any other questions? Chairman Chiazzo, did you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do. So thank you, Mr. Dufour. A couple things. I'm struggling a little bit with your statement about creating a potential for the appearance of fraud. I would assume that we will have checks and balances in place no differently than we do now to make sure that any instances of potential fraud will be addressed and well ahead of time. Are there specific instances that you can point to in other states where this process was implemented that fraud has increased and what those situations are? If you could do that for the work session, that would be great. And my second question is, you're saying the opportunity to, I apologize for that, the opportunity to correct ballots is now different with this process than it would be normally. And I'm confused by that statement. I think if somebody submits an absentee ballot, they're still processed the same exact way. Are you saying that there would be an increase or a decrease in the time that they would have to correct ballots, or it would be more of a burden to do that? I'm confused there. I apologize.
Okay, let me back myself up a little bit. With respect to your first comment, I really don't know about how other states are dealing with perceptions of voter fraud, but I was just raising a concern by our members suggesting that this is a different way to do things. And if you could have all sorts of checks and balances in place, you could have everything. But if somebody wants to believe an election was conducted fraudulently, they will find a reason to say, hey, I walked by my neighbor's house who hasn't lived here for 2 years and his ballot is hanging out in his mailbox. So my issue is not with respect to checks and balances, and I'm not making claims of voter fraud. I'm being protective of our members, which is if and when to the extent that fraud is claimed, claim fraud comes to light, it's not the proponents of this bill who are going to have to deal with it. It's the municipal election officials. It's the community that's going to have to deal with that public relations nightmare. So that's the concern. And I get it. It's a protective measure. I'm like a mama bear. These are our members. They're saying, we're doing the very best we possibly can to conduct incredibly well-run elections. And we don't want to make it any harder. And we don't want to bear the blame should something go wrong when we're doing everything right and in what is required of us from the legislature. So that was my claim there. Excuse me. With respect to the absentee balloting process, for the most part, those ballots are coming in towards the tail end of the election. So you're getting those absentee ballots when the workload on the clerk, the week or 2 or maybe 3 weeks leading up to the election is incredibly busy for clerks. And what this bill would do, it would require clerks, no matter what's going on, that they're trying to, contain a fire at a polling place, they would have to stop everything and make a good faith effort within 24 hours to contact a voter about their cast absentee, that there's an issue with it and how to cure it. Right now, many municipalities or clerks will say, hey, you forgot to sign your thing, come sign it. But this would create a requirement that it's done, an entitlement. And there's a concern that considering everything else that has to be done in the days leading to the election, here's one more task. So to the extent that this is an absolute necessity by the state legislature, what can we take off the backs of the clerks? Is there something that maybe they don't have to do in the days leading up to the election so that their workload is at least balanced and not increased? Because that's when the rubber hits the road. That week, 2 weeks before the election, they're on. It's game time. They're Brady.
Any other questions? Senator Farron, did you have a question, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess a little bit. Listening to everything that's gone through and I don't want to, I guess, ask Mr. Dufour, just if we cleaned up the voter list first. I mean, this bill that we have in front of us does not take effect until 2023. And everyone recognizes the fact that we got to clean up that voter list first. We heard that from the Secretary of State from Washington, as well as others. So are we kind of getting the cart before the horse, putting this bill in front of the legislature? And should we be having that focus of cleaning up the voter list first and then having those discussions going forward? Would that help with the election officials?
I think it probably would. I mean, to the extent that we're mailing or they are mailing out, 50 good ballots rather than 75 and getting 50. I think that would definitely help. I think it helps the entire system. It's something we should do regardless of whether or not we move forward with ongoing absentee balloting. A clean central election list is absolutely important. But I would, to the extent, again, I would go back to the extent that we are mending the administration of election laws. I think we really need to talk to those who are in the trenches that do this every day and listen when they say, we're really worried about this. How can we make this a little more different? How do we help them out? I mean, quite frankly, you're all in your seats because your local election official did an incredible job running that election. So, ensuring their voices are heard in the process of improving, in the process of ensuring. I mean, none of us want to prevent access to the polls. I mean, please don't perceive our oppositional testimony to this as saying, no, we want to make sure the polls are closed. We want people to participate. It helps. So, we are asking that to the extent that we move forward, that the clerks, the people who administer the elections are heard and their issues are addressed. I mean, there's opportunity for compromise here. I think everybody has the end goal in mind and heart, but we need to work collaboratively to get there so that one party doesn't bear the burden associated with the change.
Great. Any further questions at this time? Seeing none, thank you, Kate, for testifying. Thank you. Okay, so that concludes our list for LD 148. So with that, I will close the public hearing for LD 148. So next up on our list is LD 173, an act to restore honor to certain service members. And just as a reminder to those listening, the bill to follow that will be LD 205, an act to extend the ability of restaurants and bars to serve alcohol to go. And then the final bill will be LD 185, an act to abolish mandatory political caucuses. So with that, we'll open the public hearing on LD 173, an act to restore honor to certain service members, and we'll recognize the bill sponsor, Representative Wood. Welcome.
Welcome. Good morning. I think it's still morning.
Barely.
Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and fellow members of Veteran and Legal Affairs Committee. I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland. And I am here today to present LD 173, an act to restore honor to certain service members. I bring this bill before you today because if the only reason a service member was discharged less than honorably was solely because of their sexual orientation or gender identity, then they still served our country and they should qualify for the benefits that their fellow service members have access to. While I understand that decisions on military discharges can only be formally changed at the federal level, passing this bill into law will allow these veterans to apply to claim the benefits that they qualify for in the state of Maine. These benefits include things like tax exemptions, housing services, education programs, financial assistance, and other benefits that are offered to veterans in our state. Specifically, this bill will require the director of the Bureau of Veteran Services, who you'll hear from in a little bit, to establish a process for these veterans to determine their eligibility for rights, privileges, and benefits under state law. Additionally, this bill also asks the director to look into whether other states have established a process for reviewing and potentially upgrading the discharge status, again, for state law purposes, of veterans who have been diagnosed with PTSD or traumatic brain injury, or who have been diagnosed with psychological trauma resulting from sexual assault or sexual harassment during their military service. If this bill sounds familiar to some of you, it was before this committee during the 129th legislature. It received a unanimous ought to pass as amended report, but it didn't get across the finish line because of the pandemic and the legislature not coming back into session. Thank you for your attention on this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative Wood. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. Next up, we're going to move to the public portion of our bill hearing, and just a reminder to everybody that we use the 3-minute clock. So on our list, we have Florence Edwards, David Richmond, Director of Bureau of Veteran Services, and Alicia Melnick. So we will begin with Florence Edwards.
Am I available to speak?
Yep, we can hear you, but we can't see you, just so you know.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and honorable members of Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Florence S. Edwards. I am a dentist at Oasis Free Dental Clinic in Brunswick and Great Falls Dental Associates in Auburn, and I live in Portland. I am also an Army veteran who was a recipient of the Health Professions Scholarship Program. I'm here to testify in favor of LD 173, an act to restore honor to certain service members. I served on both sides of Don't Ask, Don't Tell. I was highly aware that not being able to talk about my life outside of my profession probably made me seem distant to fellow officers. I often struggled to fit in, living a closeted life, in fear I would disclose my sexual preference. I was fortunate to serve and just as fortunate to leave with an honorable discharge on my DD 214. I, like many other LGBTQ veterans, have a family history of serving our country. I am sure that service members appealing a dishonorable discharge for LGBTQ issues would thoroughly appreciate the acceptance and appreciation of their service in Maine as they wait for federal acceptance. Many sacrifices are made as a closeted vet service member, in addition to sacrifices all soldiers make. The stress of losing your job and the possibility of losing your benefits when you are a veteran are real and intense. Being on the other side of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, I felt the release of that pressure. I worked hard to keep my family's legacy, military legacy, intact. By being able to have an honorable discharge, I was able to have access to free counseling from local veteran services and free accesses to Maine's beautiful state parks. That therapy was needed after years of living in secret, living in fear, only because I'm a woman who loves women. Being in nature was also spiritually cathartic, the open space and crashing waves, wiping away years of daily stress. I know that fellow veterans that served during Don't Ask, Don't Tell need access to mental health care and the plethora of services that are available to our military veterans. I implore you to vote in favor of LD 173. Thank you.
Thank you, Florence. Any questions from members of the committee? Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And at the risk of being scolded for not asking a question, I'm a former Edwards, so I just wanted to say it's nice to see another Edwards. And thank you for being here.
Thank you too, ma'am.
I never scold anybody, Representative. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Next up, we have Dave Richmond, Director Richmond from the Department of Veteran Services. And Dave will be followed by Alicia Melnick. Welcome, Director Richmond.
Good morning. Thank you. Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and honorable members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is David Richmond, and I'm the Director of the Maine Bureau of Veteran Services. I'm here today to testify in favor for LD 173, an act to restore honor to certain service members. The bill before you today requires the Maine Bureau of Veteran Services to establish a process for a veteran who separated from service without an honorable discharge due solely to the veteran's sexual orientation or gender identity, or to statements, consensual sexual conduct, or consensual acts relating to sexual orientation or gender identity, to have that discharge treated as an honorable discharge for the purposes of determining the veteran's eligibility for rights, privileges, and benefits granted to veterans under the state law. It is estimated that between the end of World War II and the repeal of the 2011 Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy, over 100,000 veterans were involuntarily discharged from the service due to their sexual orientation. Many veterans affected by this policy likely qualify for a discharge upgrade, but unfortunately few have completed the process. For those who may be familiar with the military discharge process, each service member is given a DD-214 upon their discharge from the military service. This document is a snapshot of their time in the service, listing awards, trainings, and is significant because it not only verifies service in the United States military, it also provides entitlement various veterans benefits. Those privileges rest solely on one's character of discharge and includes healthcare, housing, home loans, education benefits, and employment assistance, just to name a few. Any veteran who has attempted to obtain their service records on their own, make corrections on these records, or update their medals or awards knows firsthand that the process of working with individual branches of the military takes time. The Maine Bureau of Veteran Services is ready and willing to establish a state application process administered out of our central office to provide state veteran benefits to Maine veterans who were treated unfairly due to their sexual orientation. The Bureau has a track record of successfully working with veterans to upgrade the status of their discharges, and these upgrades have resulted in the issuance of both federal and state benefits. The veterans we have been able to assist are extremely grateful for the services we provide, and it's our mission to reach more veterans adversely affected by policies of the past. It is our hope that any veteran who wishes to upgrade their discharge status will come to one of our 6 field offices to meet with a veteran service officer to discuss their individual circumstance. Maine's veterans make a significant contribution to our communities, and the Bureau remains committed to working with our partners on the state and federal levels to honor their service. I thank you for taking the time to hear this testimony on this important topic, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Director Richmond. Any questions from the committee at this point? Seeing none, thank you, Director, for your testimony, and thanks for your patience. So we're running a little late today.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Alicia Melnick. Welcome.
Good morning. And I'm one of the people that have contributed to you being a little bit late this morning. Really nice to see you all twice before noon in one day. My name is Alicia Melnick, Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. And I'm here today, this morning, on behalf of Equality Maine, the statewide LGBTQ civil rights organization, and I do reside in Portland. Equality Maine was founded in 1984 following the tragic murder of Charlie Howard, a young man who was thrown off a bridge in Bangor just because he was gay. We've been advocating on behalf of Maine's LGBTQ community for 37 years, and we have more than 70,000 members across the state. We're here today in support of LD 173, an act to restore honor to certain service members, and thank Representative Wood for bringing this forward. According to the Maine Bureau of Veteran Services, between the end of World War II and the 2010 repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, it is estimated that more than 100,000 veterans were involuntarily discharged from service due to their sexual orientation. And until just 2 weeks ago, transgender service members were still being kicked out of the military. Adding insult to injury, these service members were then denied the services and benefits that they earned as members of our armed forces who fought to protect our country and defend our ideals. Following the repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, the federal government set up a process by which veterans can apply to get reinstated and become eligible for the benefits that they earned. From our conversations with the Maine Bureau, as you've heard, it may take as long as 3 years for someone to go through that process. That's far too long, and many veterans don't even know this option exists. Legislation to expedite these reinstatements has been introduced in every Congress since at least 2013, but remains stalled. LD 173 is before you today because veterans in Maine shouldn't have to keep waiting for Congress to act. As you've heard, the bill would require the director of the Maine Bureau of Veteran Services to establish a process for a veteran who separated from service without an honorable discharge due solely to the veteran's sexual orientation or gender identity, to have that discharge treated as an honorable discharge for purposes of determining the veteran's eligibility for rights, privileges, and benefits under state law. It's our understanding, as you've heard, that the Bureau is in full support of this bill because it would enable these veterans to quickly access state-level benefits that they have earned. In our conversations, they saw an additional benefit. If more veterans in Maine come forward in order to get these benefits, the Bureau could then begin the work of helping them navigate the federal process for upgrading the status of their discharge, which would eventually result in issuance of federal benefits as well. Other states that have passed bills like this, as you've heard, have also extended benefits to veterans who received less than honorable discharges resulting from PTSD, traumatic brain injury, or military sexual trauma. While we at Equality Maine are not experts in these issues, we applaud the Bureau's willingness to examine these possibilities. We'd like to close by saying that LGBTQ people who serve our country in our armed forces deserve recognition, respect, and the benefits that they earned for their service, just like all other veterans. Unfortunately, this hasn't been the case. We urge you to make Maine a leader once again by passing this bill, as we have supported our LGBTQ friends, family, coworkers, and neighbors to be treated the same as everyone else. I will just end by saying, attached to the testimony, there is the personal story of a Maine veteran, Lori, who has shared her experience. Unfortunately, unlike the first testifier you heard, she was not able to be honorably discharged. So I encourage you to read Matt Mainer's story as well. Thank you so much for your consideration today.
Thank you, Alicia. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Great. And that concludes the registered list for this bill. So having no other people here to testify, I will close the public hearing on LD 173. And I'll turn it over to Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will now open up the public hearing for LD 205, an act to extend the ability of restaurants and bars to serve alcohol to go. And the chair will recognize the sponsor, Senator Lucchini.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So good morning, Chairman Chiazzo and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Louis Lucchini. I represent most of Hancock County in the state Senate, and I'm here to present LD 205, an act to extend the ability of restaurants and bars to serve alcohol to go. So I think, as everyone's aware, the global pandemic has caused turmoil, to say the least, of the nation's health and economy. Here in Maine, it's hit the hospitality sector the hardest. The hospitality industry, and especially restaurants, play a huge role in my district in Hancock County, as it does in many other parts of the state. So after the shutdown was announced in March, restaurants, as we all know, had to act fast. They had to pivot their business models towards takeout and delivery. To offset the negatives caused by the pandemic, the administration, the governor, in conjunction with Bablo, enabled new privileges for restaurants through executive order. And specifically, these privileges are allowing the takeout sale of beer, wine, and cocktails to go to company food orders. So over the past 11-ish months, we've watched restaurants adapt to these challenges, whether it's reduced capacity because of physical distancing requirements, the decreased tourism levels we've seen this year, mandated curfews, or just by a general hesitation of some to dine indoors. So while the ability to serve alcohol to go hasn't solved every problem, it has helped many restaurants mitigate the financial hardships that they've had to deal with this year. So this bill, LD 205, would extend those takeout privileges through April of 2022. So working with the industry, we felt it was critical to extend this ability in the law. Doing so will prevent the program's potential removal at a moment's notice. This could happen with a change by executive order or by the legislature removing the state of emergency. These privileges would disappear overnight. And regulatory certainty is essential as restaurants craft their business models heading into 2021 and the second year of this pandemic. So this one-year extension will give the legislature more time to analyze the pros and cons of this policy. And because the law sunsets in April of 2022, the legislature will be in session to adjust the law as needed. I'm hopeful that putting this one-year extension in the law will be able to get the required 2/3 vote necessary to pass this as an emergency and implement this law immediately. Again, because this privilege could be lost at any time, and that would be devastating for the industry. One addition that we made in this bill that's currently excluded in the executive order is the ability to sell cocktails to go by Maine-based distilleries. So under the current interpretation, distilleries are not allowed to sell their product to go while it's mixed in a cocktail. They can sell their bottles, but they can't sell it mixed in a cocktail for takeout, unless, of course, they have a restaurant license. However, a restaurant down the street that sells their product could take the same distillery's product, mix it into a cocktail, and sell it for takeout. So Maine-based distilleries could certainly use our support. So we're adding them in, and especially as tasting rooms have been closed for quite some time. So thank you all for considering this proposal, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Lucchini. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, I will go through to Commissioner Minio. I don't see any other co-sponsors, or the speaker was the other co-sponsor, so I don't see anybody else. Let me get Mr. Minio in here. And then we'll follow that with Greg Dougal. Commissioner Minio, when you're ready.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. Thank you. My camera's not on, but I guess that's okay. Let's go ahead and do that. I put a tie on today, so I wanted you to see my tie. Here we go. There we go. Good morning, and thank you. And it's Director, Representative, please. I wouldn't want to be referred to as Commissioner, but thank you, though, for that. Good morning, everybody. Senator Lucchini, Representatives Caiazzo, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Greg Minio, and I'm the Director of the Bureau of Alcoholic Beverages and Lottery Operations. And I am providing the following written testimony today in support of LD 205. With the initial executive order on March 18 of this year, the Bureau, last year actually, the Bureau has issued a series of guidance memos to the trade and other interested parties, which clarified and supported the orders of the governor as they relate to the response to COVID-19 and the public health of the citizens of Maine. These memos that relate directly to this legislation began on March 18 and continued through June 14 and detailed guidance for the licensee community. The Bureau continues to fully support these efforts to bolster the business opportunities of our on-premises licensees during these difficult times and understand that these measures would be a temporary provision while the licensee regained financial stability. Much of the impetus for these allowances for packaged alcohol products and cocktails for off-premise consumption was to provide another way to extend the licensee's business offerings while inside and or outside service was not available or was limited. But we are not blind to the reality of this type of provision becoming an important component of the on-premise licensee's business model. So, in addition to minor technical fixes, which you'll see a little later on in my testimony, and to facilitate and support the pathway that we feel is so vital to this measure, I'm identifying two significant statutory inconsistencies and one proposal concerning rulemaking. So if I may, number one, current law would not allow a licensee to create cocktails with spirits products other than what they manufacture. We believe this is inconsistent with what they desire, and we ask the committee to consider this when reviewing LD 205. And I put in the statutory reference within course 28A, and it's 1355A subsection 2, paragraph D. And I won't read everything, but you can see there very clearly that it talks about the ability to create a cocktail at a distillery. I'm already 15 seconds to go. Wow, sorry. Number two, delivery of a liquor to a consumer must be made only by the licensee or an employee of the licensee and not a third-party company. Anecdotally, we've heard some licensees are not complying with the current law, and we are asking this committee to take the opportunity to update this new language to reflect that and what has likely become a common but unfortunately illegal practice. The statutory reference is in section 705, subsection 2A, and that speaks specifically to delivery. And number three has to do with rulemaking. Since the bill is an emergency act and therefore will be in effect sooner than the Bureau can initiate and complete the rulemaking process, which normally takes up to 90 days. The recommended changes in the bill itself will enable the Bureau to administer the law from its effective date. What we're essentially asking, I'll go off script for a second, we're asking that let the bill speak for itself. We feel like that can be done. We have faith in the committee and we have faith in our process between now and the work session to accomplish that. For the sake of time, Representative and Senator, I will not read all of the technical aspects of it unless you'd like me to, but I want to defer my time to anybody else who'd like to speak and certainly answer questions. But a lot of this here that continues on, there's 7, 8, or 9 points. I'm sure Janet will be able to take a look at those and come back to us with suggestions and questions. Thank you for your time today. I'll answer questions.
Thank you, Director Minio, and I know Janet and I certainly appreciate the technical references for sure. That'll help us narrow things down for the work session, definitely.
Great.
And obviously, we'll work on the promotion to commissioner as we move through the session.
Oh, please, no, thank you.
Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some concerns, or at least some questions about sort of like the tamper evidence sort of seal, of these products. So I've seen a little bit of everything. So I've seen, like little plastic bottles that, have sort of like a lid on it that you would actually have to peel off, a piece of plastic in order to get into it. A couple of years ago in Texas, I got a margarita to go, and that came in a plastic bag that says, do not open this in a vehicle per, do you know what I mean? Like the state of Texas with a tamper evident piece of tape, do you know what I mean? That you couldn't open easily. Two, I've seen a container with a piece of masking tape over it with a stamp on that container is well. So like what are we requiring for tamper evidence to make sure that people, aren't consuming these in their vehicles? And I know it's already against the law to consume a beverage in your vehicle. I know that's like $100 fine, but what are we doing?
Sure, exactly. That's a good question. And in a red line version that we took the liberty of doing, we have not sent it to the committee yet. We're going to clarify some of the things that we are suggesting to the committee to consider. But I can tell you, under the executive order, we have found three particular ways to go about this as far as what we would call cocktails to go. Now we're talking about cocktails made with a distilled spirits product with whatever other ingredient may go into it. Just like if you were going into the bar back into the old days, which was not that long ago, actually. So there's three things. One would be what we call the old-fashioned crown cap. And that's what a soda bottle would be, where you actually pop off the top of the bottle. That's called the crown cap. We've seen some licensees use that. It requires a device to secure that cap onto a bottle. And then on the bottle will be clearly labeled what's in it, the date, the name of the licensee, and we've required that. And for the most part, people are adhering to that. The second vehicle or container that we've seen is what you were talking about, Representative, which is like a water bottle where it's a tamper evident. When you turn it, it cracks it or pops it. And again, that requires a specific device to seal that particular bottle. We've seen those as well, and those seem to be fine. And then the third would be actually a pouch. And we don't see too many of those, but we have seen some licensees actually use a pouch. I'm trying to think of the product that we all would use as kids, and our kids may have used, where you stick the straw in it, and you sip up the juice, that type of thing. It's that concept, and that works as well. What was that, Representative? I'm sorry.
Capri Sun. Like
there you go, Capri Sun. Thank you. So those are the three that we've seen. I would say early on, under the executive order, we may have seen a couple crazy things happen that were certainly outside the guardrails that we would have expected to be responsible. And it's all clearly defined. It's in our guidance memos. All of our guidance memos, by the way, are listed on the Bablo website, so you can go back and take a look at those. But we would clearly define, we'd recommend this to the committee, that it would be defined that you would use, we'd recommend one of those three unless there's something else that somebody has come up with that would be as responsible. So that's what we've seen, and we certainly would not recommend anything beyond that. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative Corey. Any other questions from the committee? So I would include Director Minio, if you could, if possible, give us kind of a cost reference too for each one of those three. I assume we're going to have to pass those costs on down to the local participant. So if we could have a cost range included in that for the work session, that would be very helpful to me.
That'd be great. We can do that, and we can actually confer with my colleague, Mr. Dougal. I'm sure he may have a little something to say there, because those are his members that do this, and I think they've been doing it right along and doing it in a responsible manner. But we will definitely follow up on that, Representative.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further questions, then thank you, Director Minio, for your testimony. Look forward to seeing you at the work session.
Thank you, sir.
Next up, Mr. Dougal. Mr. Dougal, you're muted, unfortunately.
My apologies. Thank you, Representative Chiazzo. And in the interest of one-upping my friend Greg Minio, I have the tie and the jacket on, much like you do. So Senator Lucchini, Representative Chiazzo, and distinguished members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee, my name is Greg Dougal, and I am testifying in favor of LD 205. I am the Government Affairs Director for Hospitality, Maine, and we are testifying in favor of the bill, which would obviously extend the ability of restaurants and bars to serve beer, wine, and cocktails to go until April 30, 2022. From the day that the governor closed restaurants but encouraged them to continue selling takeout with their favorite beverage, Hospitality Maine has been at the table and thankful and appreciative of all the efforts by the governor's staff, DAFs, Bablo, and of course this committee, both now and back in July, because we did go through LR 33, the whole shooting match, and the committee was very gracious to pass that out, but we never got to the point where the legislature came back together. So we appreciate that you've thrown the restaurant industry a lifeline. I met with a gentleman in York Beach last summer who told me that Cocktails to Go saved his restaurant. I actually had conversations with people this last weekend who said the exact same thing. Almost every one of them said that, to be honest with you. And they said that it's, really truly could have saved their restaurant. Before he added that component, his menu was sinking. Cocktails to Go and the food sales associated with it put him at half of his original sales, thereby allowing him to survive and operate through the summer and fall season. In a poll that I did on LR 3333, we polled Hospitality Maine members. 93 of the 117 respondents said they included beer and wine in their manufacturer's original package as part of their takeout menu. A whopping 80% and over 50% responded use the Cocktails to Go feature of this allowance. And back to what Director Minio and Representative Corey said, it's very difficult to find these vessels at this point in time because there is such a desire to have them. So for this program to end abruptly, obviously as an executive order or state of emergency expires, could be devastating to our industry. Regardless of the status of the virus, it'll be years before restaurateurs get back to the levels of business they once had. The loss incurred by the restaurant industry through November of 2020 is a whopping 37%. This bill provides for an orderly transition while taking that fact into account. Polling among the public has been conducted on this issue by the National Restaurant Association and other Northeast and Mid-Atlantic states, and the outcomes have been totally positive. In New York State, 86% of the public supported making alcohol beverages permanent, with takeout, and half had made that purchase themselves prior to the survey. I have to say that we would love to have seen growlers in this bill, but I certainly understand why that's not the case. And hopefully times will get better soon. I see I have 3 seconds. I just want to thank you all for even considering this, and I'm happy to help in any way that I can and answer any questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dougal. I see Representative Corey has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you think it would make sense for the state to standardize what this container, looks like, similar to like what I was talking about in Texas, where they actually had a plastic bag that had printing on it, is, obviously probably from the state. I don't know if the restaurants are manufacturing this themselves, but it seems like, you were talking about the lack of containers out there and people having to be, creative, in what they're using or what they're finding. Does it make sense to move to a plastic bag with, some kind of a tape seal on it? Would it help that industry?
We're certainly happy to work with anybody to make this happen so we can do whatever needs to be done. The problem is there aren't enough of any of the different types. And so, quite frankly, the small bottle with the seal on the top seems to be the one that is one of the better vessels for this, as long as it's done properly. And it seems like most people are, but they're, again, difficult to obtain. I totally agree with the pouches and the plastic bag that you described. A lot of people are using those as well. It's just a matter of what's available. It's sort of like the takeout situation too. I mean, we were going to ban polystyrene. We got a little bit of a break, but the alternatives to that and the increase in the amount of takeout that's occurring, the manufacturers just can't keep up with it. So, we're willing to do whatever it takes to make this happen.
Anything else, Representative Corey? Okay, Representative McCrate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dougal, could you explain to me the growler issue? You said you understand why it isn't included, but I'd like to know.
It's actually a pretty interesting story. I had a member, one of my board members, who actually decided that he was going to sell beer out of growlers. And it was actually for a very good intention, to pay his employees' health insurance premiums. But he got a little ahead of himself, and he decided he was going to sell all of the stuff in his kegs and growlers. And Bablo came to the rescue and first told him he couldn't do that, and then told him that they would adhere. This committee has seen these bills before where anybody can pour a growler of anything, including Budweiser. And I think that the microbrewery industry decided that it was a branding issue, and they'd like to just see their beer and their product in those things. So, and I certainly understand that. We have many of those folks as members as well.
Thank you. That clears it up for me. I appreciate it.
And Director Minio, I hope I said that correctly.
Yeah, you did, Greg. You remembered correctly. Yeah, it's a great restaurant not too far from where I live, who actually had a very progressive idea to do that early on. And thank you for.
My apologies, Director. We'll have to save that for work session. This is really just public.
Sorry.
We can't do the back and forth at this point, but
my apologies.
I'm sure we'll have plenty of time in the work session for that, for sure.
Yeah, I apologize. That was my fault, Chair.
No worries. No worries. Any other questions for Mr. Dougal from the chair? From the committee? No? All right. Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Dougal. I'm sure we'll have plenty to discuss at the work session for sure.
Have a good day.
Thank you. Up next, we're going to have Gary Bo Jennings, then followed by Dave McConnell. So I'm going to bring Mr. Jennings up. And I will bring Mr. McConnell in as well. And Mr. Jennings, you have the floor when you're ready.
Yes, sorry about that. Just getting my screen flipped right side up for y'all. Good morning to the chairman and all the committee members. Thank you for having me speak in favor of LD 205. My name is Bo Jennings. I'm the general manager of Side Street Cafe in Bar Harbor. I moved here to take this position in October, relocating from Nashville, Tennessee. So I'll try not to overwhelm y'all by saying y'all too many times. I'm a new Mainer, but I already have a feel for the gracious people that live in my new home state and city. I'm sure you're expecting a passionate plea to let us extend this privilege. I could go on and on and on about how much we need to continue to go alcohol sales, allowing businesses to attempt to make up for lost revenue from the past year. It would be easy for me to inundate you with numbers and the crucial role to-go food and alcohol sales played in keeping our doors open and our staffs employed. We desperately do need to extend this privilege, but that's not what I want to talk to you about this morning. I respectfully ask for you to consider the consumer. For them, their new norm is eating and drinking at home or in many of the beautiful locations around vacation land. To-go service allows those with anxiety, autism, claustrophobia, germophobia, and countless other conditions to enjoy their favorite food and beverages at a safe location of their choosing. Mainers should not have this privilege revoked when they and hospitality businesses have proven to-go alcohol sales can be done responsibly with no significant increase in risk to public safety. To-go food and beverage consumption is the new norm for so many Mainers. Temporarily, and hopefully one day permanently extending to-go alcohol service is crucial for businesses, but more importantly, it's crucial for consumers. They thank you, and we thank you, and I'm available for any and all questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings, and we'll try not to use wicked too much if you refrain from using y'all, so hopefully that'll work out for us. Representative Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. I'm going to be in Bar Harbor next weekend. Y'all open then? I know where I
will open just for y'all when you pass this LD 205.
So you're closed right now, though. No?
we reopen March 15th, but yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, Mr. Jennings, welcome to Maine, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. I'll have a great day.
Next up, we have Mr. McConnell, followed by Deb Hart.
Thank you. Chair Caiazzo, Senator Lucchini, members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Dave McConnell. I'm providing testimony in support of LD 205 on behalf of Three of Strong Spirits, a small distillery in Portland, Maine. I founded Three of Strong with my friend and business partner, Sam Purse. Some of you may know Sam's wife, Teresa Purse, in 2019 with a little bit of money from friends and family and an awful lot of time, energy, and sweat. Needless to say, a global pandemic was not in our business plan. I'm testifying in favor of LD 205 because it's going to help Three of Strong Spirits and Maine's other small distillers make it through this pandemic to rebuild our businesses on the other side. We're located in the East Bayside neighborhood of Portland, which is zoned light industrial. There are a number of food and beverage manufacturers in our neighborhood, including coffee roasters, chocolate maker, and a number of breweries, but it is not zoned for restaurants. So for that reason, our on-premise license is essentially a bar license, which means that we do not have and cannot have a full kitchen. Prior to the pandemic, on-premise sales represented a significant portion of our revenue. Visitors to the tasting room often chose to buy a bottle of our spirits because they first had the opportunity to sample it in an outstanding craft cocktail. With the current COVID restrictions in place, we're not permitted to serve on-premise cocktails in the tasting room, and we can't serve to-go cocktails because we don't have a working kitchen. Without the ability to introduce new customers to our spirits through cocktails, our tasting room revenue has dropped dramatically. Taking last weekend as an example, we sold only more than $100 worth of merchandise on 3 days, and on 2 days, we didn't sell anything at all. I recognize that no bill is ever the one silver bullet solution to a problem, but allowing to-go cocktail sales has already been an unqualified plus for much of Maine's struggling hospitality industry. Extending that authorization for another year and expanding it to permit small distilleries like ours to sell cocktails to go without also requiring the sale of food will give us a much needed assist during a very challenging time. Thank you for your consideration, and I urge you to vote LD 205 ought to pass.
Thank you, Mr. McConnell. And I can say from personal testimony that the rum is definitely a fantastic product. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. McConnell. We appreciate you taking the time today.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Deborah Hart, followed by Sean Sullivan. Ms. Hart, when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Representative Chiazzo, Senator Lucchini. My name is Deborah Hart. I'm a resident of Manchester, Maine, and I own Hart Public Policy. I'm speaking today to you on behalf of my client, Wine Institute. You have Carol Martell, who is the Northeastern Counsel for Wine Institute's testimony, hopefully in your folder, so I won't read it to you. As an aside, I can tell you that Ms. Martell served in the legislature for more than a few years, and I believe she served with Representative Tuttle. So going back a little while, but anyway, Wine Institute is the policy advocacy group for over 1,000 California wineries. And although Wine Institute emphasizes with the distress facing our main partners in the restaurant and beer industry as COVID restrictions shut things down, the wineries have also been hit by the loss of sales to on-premise licensees. Revenue losses for our country's thousands of wineries due to COVID are probably going to be in the billions of dollars. So we do support LD 205, but we would hope that you could amend it to agree to sell wine and wine drinks by the glass in a sealed container, as you do with other cocktails. An example I might give you is if you were to go and order brunch to go, you could order a Bloody Mary, but you could not order a mimosa since Prosecco is a wine product. It would also include sangria because that's a wine product. So again, on the back of the testimony, and I'll just draw your attention to it. The states that permit cocktails to go, wine drinks by the glass are also included in the privilege in Ohio, Iowa, DC, and Oklahoma. And the cocktails to go privilege has been made permanent, and wine by the glass is included in those states. And on a temporary basis right now, they're included in Massachusetts, California, New York, Louisiana, Nebraska, Nevada, and Texas. Again, that's in the written testimony, so I won't bother to read it to you. I know that you'll take a look at it. That's all that I have for you this morning. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hart. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you. Different setting.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Hart? All right, seeing none, thank you very much.
Just one last thing. I will apologize. I did not send my comments or Ms. Martell's comments to Director Minio, and I will take care of that the minute that I get out of this meeting.
All right, thank you. Thank you
You're
for that. All right, next up we have Mr. Sullivan. I don't see anybody else in the attendees that's on the list. So if you are in the attendees and you'd like to testify, just please raise your hand and we'll put you in the queue. So, Mr. Sullivan, go right ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Chiazzo, Senator Lucchini, members of the Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I'm Sean Sullivan, a resident of South Portland, and I am Executive Director of the Maine Brewers Guild, the nonprofit trade association that represents beer brewers in Maine, speaking in support of LD 205. A little bit on the Guild, our members brew 99.9% of the beer brewed in the state, so we speak as the unified voice of our brewers. We follow a process to review all pieces of legislation which may impact our industry. Quite simply, Maine brewers support LD 205. It offers certainty and opportunity for Maine brewers as we continue to navigate the uncertainty here of the pandemic economy. A lot of people have outlined the reasons, so I would just add that LD 205 would give Maine brewers a clear time frame and certainty regarding their ability to continue to sell their pre-packaged products through restaurant and bar partners and those few who hold the licenses themselves. I'd also add that given the fermentation process takes a period of weeks, that extra certainty and clear timelines really help to inform production schedules. So this bill provides a lot of help for our industry that we would certainly welcome. And for those reasons, encourage you to support it. I would just add one other note here in regards to some of Representative Corey's comments. With beer, the beer can only be sold per this bill in a prepackaged container that the brewery provides. So this would be bottled or canned beer. And as Director Minio mentioned, growlers would not be allowed within this. So the issue of tamper evident seals and things like that wouldn't be as relevant for our industry, given that the bottles and cans would be sealed. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We have two people in the waiting room, Andrew Hackman and Andrew Cashman. So we'll take Andrew Hackman first, followed by Mr. Cashman.
Let's see. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
All right. Representative Chiazzo, Senator Lucchini, members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Andrew Hackman. I'm a resident of Union. I work for a firm called Serlin Haley. To go after Mr. Dougal and Mr. Minio, I've got my tie on, my jacket on, and my lobbyist badge today. So I'm trying to raise the bar just a little bit. And I'm here representing the Distilled Spirits Council of the United States of America in support of LD 205, an act to extend the ability of restaurants and bars to serve alcohol to go. You've heard a lot of the reasons why. Obviously, we're here. We were in support of LR 333 in last session. I'll just state that we now have 33 states that have provided for similar provisions currently in terms of allowing cocktails to go and alcohol to go. We also have 22 states considering legislation such as LD 205 this year to extend in a long-term nature cocktails to go, and would encourage the committee. We attached a map of those states to the testimony that Discus provided, so I won't go into detail on which states and how. The only thing that we will note is just perhaps that the legislature might, and the committee and sponsor might consider extending the deadline to December of 2022. That would get us through another summer season and not have to revisit this legislation immediately. And it would also give us a little bit of a cushion if we don't have the legislation done by April 15th of next year, should we need a further extension. So it's just a constructive suggestion. We certainly support LD 205 in its current form, and would encourage the committee to vote ought to pass on this legislation. Appreciate the time and can answer any questions from the Distilled Spirits Council's perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Hackman, and we obviously always appreciate your attention to decorum. That's very important. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Mr. Cashman.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Senator Lucchini, members of the committee. My name is Andy Cashman. I'm a partner with Pretty Flaherty. I'm here today on behalf of my client, Anheuser-Busch, and I'll be very brief, but just wanted to express our support for this bill. As it's drafted, we think that, obviously this has been an insane time for everybody across the board, and our retail partners have been struggling in a lot of ways. And this is just one thing that can help them out and make sure that there are available revenues for customers to be able to support their local businesses. So we appreciate your time and strongly supportive of this bill, as we are in all Andy Hackman mentioned in this bill is similar to something that's pending in a lot of other states as well. And so we're supportive across the board, across the country, for measures like this to help our retail partners. So with that, I'll leave it, but I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have. And it's really nice to see all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Cashman. Nice to see you again as well. Thank you. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for your time.
That's the end of our list. There's still a couple people in the attendee room. It looks like everybody's in the attendee room as previous. So that being said, we will close the public hearing on LD 205, and I will turn it over to my distinguished colleague, Senator Lucchini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we do have one more bill to go. However, we don't have the sponsor at the moment, so that I can tell. So we'll try to track down the sponsor of LD 185, an act to abolish mandatory political caucuses. And then if you see on our schedule, we have 2 work sessions from the Gambling Control Unit, the 2 department bills, 1 bill and 1 rulemaking. So we'll move to those as well if we can't track down the sponsor. So I guess at this point we'll just take like a 10-minute break and And then we'll see if we can get the sponsor. If not, we'll just move to work session on those bills and then perhaps come back to the public hearing after that. Representative Tuttle.
Yes, Senator, did you watch the Super Bowl last night?
Great game. It's amazing.
It was. There's hope for old guys like you and I, Louie.
I love it. I love it.
Huh?
The GOAT. All right. So I guess with that, we'll take a like a 10-minute break. We'll try to be back around 12:30, 12:35, something like that. So if people want to grab a bite to eat or something, we can do that while we try to track down the sponsor. So we'll see you in a few.
12:30.
What was that? Sorry. I don't
Did you say 12:30, Senator Lucchini?
Yeah, roughly 12:30, 12:35.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll take 10, 15 minutes to try to find people. So.
Mr. Chair, reporting for duty.
Noted, Representative Tuttle.
Okay, sorry for the delay, everybody. We'll probably be just a few more minutes, maybe 5 minutes, and then we're going to proceed to one of the work session bills, and then we'll come back to the public hearing, probably somewhere between 1 and 1:15. So we'll begin with the work session on LD 16 to start, but we'll get going in about 5 minutes. So sorry about the delays. Okay, sorry for the delay, everybody. I think we will move to a work session. Actually, we'll hold on just one more second. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move to the work session on LD 16. An act to change the renewal application deadline from 6 months to 60 days before the expiration of a license issued by the Gambling Control Board. And Janet had emailed us, I think, some bill analyses. And here we go here.
Unmute myself. Hello, everyone. So as you can see from today, I've tried 2 different styles of bill analyses. I am not very good with PowerPoint, but this is the PowerPoint version. It should make it easier for you to read, but it does limit the amount of information that I can easily present. So it's an experiment, and I appreciate your patience. And these will be posted for anyone watching. These will be posted within 24 hours of the work session. So LD 16 is an act to change the renewal application deadline from 6 months to 60 days before the expiration of a license issued by the Gambling Control Board. It changes the deadline for all licenses issued under Title 8, Chapter 31. Anything in blue, as I mentioned before, is hyperlinked. So when this is posted online, or if you have it in front of you now, as the committee members should, you can just click on it and you can access the actual title and the chapters or whatever specific section is referenced. If you want to know the information that's actually required in the application for a slot machine related or a casino related license, which are the ones that were discussed at the public hearing, those are available in the Gambling Control Board's rules, chapter 2, which is hyperlinked there. So the licenses that are affected are the slot machine operator license, the casino operator license, the slot machine distributors, table game distributors, gambling service vendors, and employees of all the above licensees. And those licenses have to be renewed annually under the statute cited there, section 1018, subsection 2. What you might not realize is actually still in Title 8, Chapter 31 are advanced deposit wagering licenses, and those are renewed every 5 years. So those are also affected by the bill. There weren't any issues raised at the public hearing, but I did have 2 technical issues that I wanted to point out to you all. Under current law, there must be local approval of an application for renewal of a slot machine operator license or a casino operator license. The local approval process includes a public hearing, although that hearing may be waived if the applicant has held the license for a period of 5 years without a complaint. The statutes for local approval of the renewal include the following language: if municipal officers or county commissioners, as the case may be, fail to take final action on an application for a renewal of the operator license within 60 days of the filing of an application, the application is considered approved and ready for action by the board. So it's not clear to me when I read through that statute if the current law, which allows or requires the renewal application to be submitted 6 months in advance, if that is intending to include this whole local approval process, or whether it is viewed as separately you apply for your renewal after the local approval process is complete. So I wanted to raise the issue with you and ask if you wanted to add language clarifying that that local approval process must take place before the application is due to the board under the section of law amended by the bill to ensure there's adequate time to complete both processes.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would like to have it
Derek,
before.
what's that?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Representative Tuttle, do you have a question?
Well, I just wanted to have it before, you know, being a municipal official and having dealt with these before, I think that I would encourage that the local board have the approval prior to the completion. From a municipal perspective, I think that would make the most sense, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks for that. We can also get input from Director Champion once Janet goes through her analysis as well.
Right, and that's always helpful because I can read the statutes really well and tell you what they say, but I don't really know what happens in the real world. So it may be that this is a non-issue. I just wanted to point out that the statutory language gave me pause. And then the other issue I wanted to raise is, as I mentioned earlier on the previous page, the advanced deposit wagering licenses are also dealt with in the same chapter. And those are actually 5-year term licenses. So there is a provision in this chapter that says all licenses issued by the board under this chapter are effective for 1 year unless revoked or surrendered pursuant to subchapter 5. And I just wondered if that little conflict between section 1018 subsection 2 and 1071 subsection 6, which says that ADW licenses are for 5 years, if it might make sense to just remedy that in an amendment to this bill if you think it's worthwhile. Although it's a conflict in the law, it's clear that the ADW licenses are for 5-year terms, and it was a law passed after 1018. So it's not as if a court would think, oh, well, it must not be for a 5-year term, but it just might be something you want to consider cleaning up since you have a vehicle in front of you, but that's completely up to you. And we don't yet have a determination of the fiscal impact.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Janet. Sorry, lost the screen for a minute. So perhaps we'll pull in Director Champion. And he can weigh in on the issue that Representative Tuttle raised. And I guess there is an interesting provision in that part that Janet raised where it says if you have to do it within 60 days of the filing of the application, which kind of is where it would be now at this point if we made it a 60 days. So Director, I don't know if you can hear us. Welcome
Yes,
in.
I can. Yes. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, we got you. Thanks.
So if I'll just jump in, so on the local approval, that's a part of the application process specifically for a casino operator. So that approval has to be completed before the application is submitted. Otherwise, it gets returned incomplete.
Okay. So that I think that may address Representative Tuttle's point in that the municipal approval has to come first for the casino type gaming.
Yep. And then as far as what John notated about Chapter 5 and I believe Subchapter 7 is a little bit separating the ADW from the normal casino licensing. I have no position on whether or not you want to make that change. Clearly, us here at the unit, we identify that advanced deposit wagering, in fact, there's only one operator because that was issued specifically through an RFP process and all that sort of thing. So that's only a one license and it's every 5 years. So it's not like having 800 applicants. So I think we're good. But
right,
your preference, again, your preference.
Your Chairman Chiazzo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Chairman, I just want to make sure I understood correctly. The municipal approval, is that just for the initial licensing or is that for the renewal as well?
No, it's for renewal as well. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And so, Director, so regarding the issue raised by Janet on ADW, it says all licenses under that chapter are effective for 1 year, but the ADW license appears to be a 5-year pursuant to that to the law there, and that's probably how the RFP was written as well. So I guess maybe I'll direct it to Janet. Is that a conflict that just needs to be clarified, or because we wouldn't want to have the RFP be in conflict with the law?
Well, right now the statutes read both ways. So one provision of the chapter says all licenses under the chapter are for 1 year. And the provision that's just for ADW licenses says that it's for 5 years. So I would just amend, if you wanted to, the provision that says all licenses under this chapter are for 5 years. And I say except for ADW licenses, if that's something you wanted to clarify. And as far as the other point about local approval, I suspected that happened first, and the statute is written as if it happens first. But what's unclear to me in the statute is what the deadline, the 60-day deadline that your bill is talking about, is that the deadline to start the renewal process, which you would start it by going to the municipality, or is that the deadline to after you go to the municipality, then submit it to the gambling control unit? And that was the only question I was raising.
Thanks, Janet. And I think on the latter point, Director, is the 60 days is when it's supposed to go to the state, right?
Yeah, the application is supposed to be submitted 60 days prior to their expiration date. That gives us the authority to go through and do our background investigations, any changes and since their last application, that sort of thing. So yeah, they have a lot of time, and understand that these renewals are at the time of their initial application. So in some cases, a business entity like Oxford got their license in April, where Hollywood Casino got theirs in February. So it's not like it's the same month for all entities. They're all sporadically spread throughout the year.
Great. Representative Tuttle.
Mr. Chair, if it's in order, I would move ought to pass as amended.
Thank you, Representative Tuttle. And your amendment would include the exception on the licensing to ADW?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there a second? So motion of ought to pass as amended. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, second by Chairman Chiazzo. And Jana, just to, I guess, be clear that we're clear on the motion, it's ought to pass as amended with addressing item 2 that you pointed out. And I don't know if we need clarifying language on the municipal part or to make sure that it's just the state, or if not, then we're good to go as is.
Let it stay there.
Okay, Representative McCrate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could Janet maybe, or Director Champion, just go through that first question one more time, the 60 days, what happens when and who does what? How's that for clear?
So we'll have Janet go through it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little difficult because sharing my screen, I can't go back and forth between slides and the statute. I'm sorry about that. But the statute says that in order to renew a slot machine operator or casino operator license, and right now we just have 2 casino operator licenses in effect, is my understanding. Before that renewal can be completed, you have to go to the municipality and get local approval. After 5 years of operating without a complaint, you don't need to have a public hearing, but you could have a public hearing. And then the municipal officers have to act on your application within 60 days. If they don't act within 60 days, then it's considered that they've approved it and it's ready for action by the board. If they do act within 60 days and they approve it, then again, it's ready for action by the board. If they deny it, then there's an appeal process to deal with the fact that the municipality has denied the renewal. My question had been, there's this 60-day period during which the municipality has the time to act on the license. And I don't think it's crystal clear in the statute that 60 days is a separate period of time that precedes the 60 days in which you have before your license expires to supply that application to the board. It doesn't sound like, after Director Champion spoke, that there's any municipality or any casino operator or even the gambling control unit that's confused about that. That was just me wanting to double check, and it sounds like it's working now. I don't think there's a harm in clarifying the statute, but it doesn't sound like there's any confusion about it that would be created, at least from the director's standpoint. So that's entirely up to you.
Great. Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I assume we're going to do language review before this goes through anyway. Now that the motion's been made as amended, does it make sense to just insert the state from this, put state application in there or something for a point of clarity?
We can also kind of direct Janet to work with Director Champion on clarifying language around the 60-day time frame that it precedes the state, and then we can take a relook at it at work session if that's good with people. Representative Tuttle, are you good with that in your motion?
I am, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. And Representative Chiazzo, you're good with that as a second?
I am, Mr. Chair, yes.
Okay, any further questions or discussion on that? And again, we'll be able to review the language at language review. Oh, Representative Wood.
I'm trying not to get lost. And so I see where we're talking about this amendment for the ADW licenses, correct? That's the amendment. And I see that ADW stands for Advanced Deposit Wagering Licenses. What is an advanced deposit wagering license?
Sure. Yeah, and it's it is a confusing thing to jump into. Advanced deposit wagering is like an online wagering on horse racing.
Oh, okay, online. All right.
Yep. And we, in the past year, we went to RFP to issue one license for one provider in the state of Maine. And so they don't really fall under that 1-year provision. So it would probably be good to clarify that in law. But
Okay.
that's a law that passed several years ago to allow for a one license provider for advanced deposit wagering.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Any other clarifying questions or discussion? Seeing none, if people are ready, we can proceed to a vote. And I think we can do it by hand if everybody's good with that, and then I'll read it out if that's okay with Karen and Janet as well, so we can, and just hold them up for a minute so we can see everybody's hands. So the motion is ought to pass as amended. It was made by Representative Tuttle and seconded by Chairman Chiazzo. So all those in favor of ought to pass as amended, please hold up your hand as a vote. We have one. Okay, and I can read it off. So we have, from my boxes, we have Chairman Chiazzo, Lucchini, McCrate, Riley, Dolph, Tuttle, Patrick, Supika, Farren, Wood, Harrington, Kinney. Great. Is there anyone opposed? Seeing none. That's 12-0 unanimous report. Are we all set on that one, Janet? Okay, and so before we get to the next work session, we're gonna just bounce back to the public hearing schedule. We've got our sponsor here. So we'll move to we're gonna do the public hearing, then we'll come back to the second of the two bills for Director Champion in just a few minutes. So
Throw me in the waiting room.
okay, gotcha. I don't blame you. Okay, so all right, so we'll move now to a public hearing on LD 185, an act to abolish mandatory political caucuses. And I will introduce the bill's sponsor is Representative Cardone, who we're trying to pull in, and apologies for the communication issues. Representative, if you can hear us.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Welcome.
Thank you. My screen is delayed here and it keeps freezing, and my audio is a little dicey too. So I apologize in advance if we have any technical glitches. I'm getting one of those low system resources error messages or messages. And I apologize to the committee, Senator Lucchini and Representative Chiazzo and the rest of the members of the committee for the mix-up this morning. I did not see the notice that was sent to me on Friday. So I would like to take this opportunity to introduce this bill, but the people that I was really hoping to have address the bill are the at least the two state party chairs. Our former colleague, Representative Drew Gattin, is the newly elected party chair of the Maine Democratic Party. And I do not know the name of the Republican chair, but I believe Representative Corey had been in touch with her about this bill as well. And I really wanted the committee to hear from them and to know how they felt, because I'm hoping that this is a bipartisan bill with support on both sides for doing away with these political caucuses. So in addressing the merits of the bill itself, the since Maine has gone to being a primary state for the election of presidential and gubernatorial primary candidates, the mandatory municipal caucuses that we have in our statutory system have served less and less of a purpose. We're not voting on our primary candidates anymore. We're really just electing delegates there. And it's very time consuming to organize these caucuses, report on these caucuses for a fairly low caucus turnout. The reason that we are holding political caucuses is because the statutory scheme makes it mandatory that you hold these caucuses if you want to have candidates on the ballot. So what I have proposed in this draft, and the draft was very aptly put together by Janet Stocco. So the nuts and bolts of what's written there is really her baby, and I think she can address any language issues or questions that you have even better than I can. But what I was really trying to do was eliminate the mandatory political caucus language in the statute. I did want to leave in the options for political caucuses in case the parties decide they want to hold them. There's nothing prohibiting holding political caucuses in this statute, but it just takes away the mandatory nature of it. And the decisions about delegates that would usually be made at the political, at the level of these municipal political caucuses are now left to a procedure to be determined by the parties, by the state parties. That's what this bill is intended to do. I'm hoping that it's non-controversial. I brought it really as a common sense provision for people not to have to waste time and money on an antiquated procedure. If anybody has any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer it. I would like the opportunity to hear from, to get you the opportunity to hear from others who are actually involved in this as to what they think.
Great. Thank you, Representative Cardone, for that presentation. And we certainly have time to let this sit a little bit and try to get input from those two people that you mentioned. And we certainly would welcome testimony in writing, or if they want to show up at the work session, we can try to get them there for that so that they can share their opinion on it. But we don't need to rush this one, so we can get people to be able to give us their opinions. So looks like we have a question from Representative Kinney.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was reading through, and I don't know if she's going to be able to testify, but this might be a good question for Representative Cardone or to help get some clarity. The Deputy Secretary sent us testimony, and she had concerns on a couple of sections. Section 14 of the bill stating that when there's that instead of the municipal committee being the one to fill a vacancy in the event of an issue for a seat. And she's curious, she's concerned about the idea if no one from the county committee serves in that representative district. And that actually does, because my own district is not represented in my county committee. And then also the idea of sections 15 and 16, where she stated about the vacancy in an office of state representative will have to be filled by a special election. And she goes on to say in most instances during the last 26 years, she's been working for the Secretary of State, an affected municipality has communicated to the governor about the need to fill a vacancy. However, there have been a few instances when a representative has passed away or left office late in an even numbered year after the second session has already adjourned, sine die, and other candidates have been nominated to the general election to fill that seat in the next legislature, wanting to know if we want to keep that flexibility And I did kind of do a little bit of research myself regarding a couple of representatives who passed away during the 129th. Oddly, we had Representative Barrow had passed away in December of 2019, and his seat was refilled. But Representative Peoples, when she passed away in November of 19, that seat was never filled. And I'm wondering what to do. And is that why we want to put in to make sure that an election happens, is to make sure that those seats are filled always, or do we want to leave the flexibility up to the municipalities? And it looks like Representative Cardone had the same problem I had earlier. She's having trouble with access.
Yeah, I think it takes I think we've got a little delay with Representative Cardone, and then let's see, she can hear us.
I have to say, if that was a question for me, my audio is so garbled at this point and cutting out and freezing on me that I'm not sure that I got it all. But let me say two things, at least preliminarily, or three maybe. First of all, I don't have that testimony. So if somebody could send it to me, I will read it over and perhaps I can better address the issue that it raises in the work session. The second is, again, I was not proposing to do away with any sort of political caucus that a party wants to call, such as a caucus when a member dies and we need another nomination, or for instance, with Senator Bellows vacating her seat and needing nominations. Those weren't the caucuses that I was looking to get rid of. I would certainly want to preserve those, and I think the party would want to preserve those as well. So I think my bill does not harm the procedure that you are concerned about. But again, I'd like to read that testimony and then I can better address it.
Great. And I think, yeah, we can either forward it to you and then it'll be on the website as well. So we'll get you a copy of that. And I
look on the website
either. I haven't read it yet either. So any other?
The last thing I guess I would like to say to Representative Kenny and to the committee is that I am not wedded to exactly this language. If this committee feels that it needs to be fine-tuned or refocused in some way, that's fine with me. My purpose here was just trying to get rid of what I see as an expensive, time-consuming procedure that is no longer relevant to our modern primary system. That's really all I was trying to do.
Great. Any other questions from members of the committee? Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just double checking, we don't have the party representatives here, but we're going to try to get them for the work session. Is that right?
Sure.
Okay.
Yep. Great. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Representative Cardone.
I have nothing else.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up on this bill, we have Patty Du Bois from the Clerks Association. And I don't know if Patty can hear us. She's been on all day with other bills, so I'm not sure if you're still connected, Patty. Give it just a minute. Okay, well, it doesn't look like we have Patty, and we can certainly invite her as well for the work session, because it's always good to hear from the town clerks. And I know she did send in some written testimony, so. Seeing no other people in the waiting room to testify, we will close the public hearing on LD 185. Okay, so Janet, if you're there, I think we're going to move back now to the work session part of our agenda. We can go to LD 139, which is a resolve regarding the legislative review of chapters 33 to 43 concerning the regulation of fantasy gambling, major substantive rules of the Department of Public Safety Gambling Control Unit. And so before we screen share, I'll bump in Director Champion again, and Janet can walk us through her analysis.
Before we start, I just wanted to thank Representative Corey during the public hearing for saying he wasn't entirely sure what fantasy sports were. I don't know if he was just kidding, but that's a question I had as well. So I was glad somebody asked it to make me feel a little better.
I wasn't kidding at all.
Thank you very much. I've had things tweeted about me before about what I admit to not knowing during work session about the real world. I know about statutes, not the real world.
I apologize for that, Representative Corey, because I thought you were just being facetious.
So LD 139, is a resolve about legislative review of chapters 33 to 43 for the regulation of fantasy gambling, which are major substantive rules from the Department of Public Safety Gambling Control Unit. This resolve provides for legislative rules of the rules that they provisionally adopted on December 7th, 2020. And these rules allow for proper enforcement and administration of Title 8, Chapter 33, which was enacted through a Public Law 2017, Chapter 303, an act to regulate fantasy sports contests. Through this public law, the legislature authorized fantasy contests to be offered in the state by licensed fantasy contest operators. So what are they? As defined in the statute, a fantasy contest is a simulated game or contest in which one or more fantasy contestants pay an entry fee to participate. Those fantasy contestants compete against each other by using their knowledge and understanding of sports events and persons engaged in those sports events to select and manage a simulated team roster whose performance directly corresponds with the actual performance of human competitors on sports teams and in sports events. And the outcome of the game or contest reflects the relative knowledge and skill of the contestants and does not depend on the performance of any one participant in a sports event or the outcome of any one sports event, but is determined predominantly by accumulated statistical results of the performance of individual competitors on sports teams and in sports events. So that's what the statute says. My knowledge of the real world starts and ends with the fact that I hear people talk about the fact that they need to attend their fantasy sports draft, and they go and they like draft teams, and apparently they end up with great players and players they didn't really want. And then they watch every single game that they can religiously to see how the games turn out, to see how their sports team did. And somehow their sports team was a mixture of other people's actual sports teams, turns into a contest that they win or lose. And I'm just very impressed with all the people who can follow all those stats. That's my knowledge. I'm sure somebody actually knows how it works who can give you that information in a little bit. So I wanted to give you a background of the statutory framework because this law was passed by 2017 legislature, which was the 128th. I have a little handy dandy chart. That's why I had to look up and see what it was. So there's an annual license required under the statute. So a person may not offer a fantasy contest to individuals who are located within Maine without first being licensed by the director of the Gambling Control Unit. An initial license applicant may operate while that application and criminal background check are pending, however, unless the director of the Gambling Control Unit has reasonable cause to believe that the applicant may be violating the laws or the rules governing fantasy contests in Maine. The statute requires an initial and renewal license applicant to disclose the types of contests it will operate in Maine, its gross fantasy contest revenues from contestants located in Maine over the past 12 months, the methods it's going to use to verify the geographic location of fantasy contestants. And just if you're curious, they need to know where contestants are located because some states may allow it and some states may not. And they also need to know because they need to know exactly how much money came from people located in Maine in the last 12 months. So they need to know where you are when you're playing. They also have to disclose the methods they'll use to protect each fantasy contestant's personal and private information and any other information required by the director by rule. So when I talk about in a little bit the additional requirements, the law specifically contemplates that the director will add additional requirements to the application process. Licenses have to be renewed annually, but there is no license fee unless the fantasy contest operator had gross fantasy contest revenues from contestants located in Maine exceeding $100,000 in the preceding 12 months, in which case they have to pay a $2,500 annual license fee. Licensed fantasy contest operators must abide by several statutory restrictions when operating in the state. Types of contests, they can not be based on the performances of participants in collegiate, high school, or other sports events involving participants under 18 years of age. The winning outcome may not be based on the score, point spread, or performance of a single sports team or performance of an athlete in a single event. Instead, the operators must ensure the winning outcomes are determined primarily by the accumulated statistical results and reflect the relative knowledge and skill of the fantasy contest contestants. There are certain contestants who are not allowed to participate by law. Those include the owners, officers, directors, and employees of the fantasy contest operator and relatives in their households, athletes in a competition that's the subject of the contest, and sports agents and a team or league employee, referee, or official in a sport that is the subject of the fantasy contest. In addition, the operators must verify that each contestant is at least 18 years of age. If not, the operators must immediately refund any entry fees or deposits made by that contestant and close their account. Operators must also facilitate parental control procedures for excluding minors and may not target minors in advertisements. They also have specific statutory provisions dealing with individuals with gambling problems. So operators must provide fantasy contestants with information on responsible play and assistance for compulsive behavior, and provide a method for individuals to request that the operator restrict them from participating in fantasy contests. Operators also may not target individuals with gambling addiction in their advertisements. The statute also requires operators to disclose the numbers of entries each contestant may submit to a particular contest, and there's a statute that's cited there, section 1105 subsection 1, that has very detailed requirements about how many entries a single contestant may have in a contest depending on the overall size of the contest. And the operators also must disclose the maximum total entries for each contest. They also must explain the rules of each fantasy contest, provide public notice of all prizes offered in advance of the contest, and they may not make inaccurate or misleading statements regarding the likelihood of winning. They must also inform fantasy contestants of state and federal tax obligations on their winnings. And remember, I'm talking about all the statutory requirements at the moment. Contestant experience. Operators must identify highly experienced fantasy contestants who are defined by statute as individuals who have entered more than 1,000 contests or won more than $1,000 prizes from that fantasy contest operator. So the operators must identify them. within the contest, and they must develop fantasy contests limited to beginner contestants. And beginner contestants are defined by statutes as those contestants who have entered fewer than 51 fantasy contests with that operator. Prevention of cheating. Under statute, operators must prohibit the use of third-party scripts or scripting programs and must employ methods to deter, detect, and prevent cheating and improper manipulation of fantasy contests to the greatest extent possible. If you don't know what third-party scripts and scripting programs are, don't worry, I didn't either, but they did explain it in the rules, so we're going to get to that. Financial restrictions. Fantasy contest operators under statute must limit each fantasy contestant to one fantasy contestant account. They must protect the privacy and security of that account, and they may not extend credit to fantasy contestants. The operators must segregate the fantasy contestants' funds from their own operational funds, and they must maintain a reserve, which under statute could be via cash, bond, or a irrevocable letter of credit or something similar that exceeds the amount of entry fees and other deposited contestant funds. Fantasy contest operators who have an annual gross fantasy contest revenue from individuals located in Maine that exceeds $100,000 in the past 12 months must also contract with a CPA to perform an annual independent audit. Annual reports. Under the statute, fantasy contest operators must file annual reports with the Gambling Control Unit, stating the number of all accounts they hold, including those held by highly experienced fantasy contestants. They must state the number of all new or closed accounts in the preceding year. In addition, the report has to have several Maine-specific items, including the total amount of entry fees received from individuals located in Maine, the number and value of prizes awarded to individuals located in Maine, and the gross fantasy contest revenues received from individuals located in Maine. And then the number of all fantasy contestants, so not just those in Maine, who have requested that they be restricted from participating in contests. The statute also provides that a fantasy contest operator that has gross fantasy contest revenues from individuals located in Maine that exceed $100,000 must pay 10% of those revenues to the state. By law, gross fantasy contest revenues are your total entry fees minus your cash prizes paid out to fantasy contestant, multiplied by the percentage of contestants who are located in Maine. So that's actually how they calculate that number. Complaints and violations. The statute states that fantasy contest operators must allow contestants to submit complaints, and they must respond to each complaint within 48 hours. In addition, the director of the Gambling Control Unit can suspend, refuse to renew, or revoke the license of a fantasy contest operator who violates the statute or the rules adopted under the statute. And then through a separate provision of statute, it states that violation of the statute or rules may also result in fines of up to $1,000 per single violation, or up to $5,000 in total for violations, so multiple violations that arise out of the same transaction or occurrence. So if there was one contest perhaps where they offered it and 6 minors joined, they would have a total of $5,000 for those violations that could be imposed. The statute itself imposes required rules, so it directs the director of the Gambling Control Unit to adopt rules that must include but are not limited to the following specific topics. The first topic, so anything in this other typeface, is the actual statutory quote. So there must be rules prohibiting the operator from making statements that are not accurate or misleading regarding the likelihood of winning. And I've cited there the rule chapters where I found that prohibition right in the rules. So in chapter 37, subsection 3, all advertising and promotions can't have such statements. And then in chapter 39, section 1, it requires, it prohibits any such statements, not even just in advertising or promotions, but just wholesale prohibits such statements by fantasy contest operators. The next thing the statute requires the rules to contain is to require disclosure of the number of entries an individual fantasy contestant may submit to each fantasy contest and the maximum number of entries allowed by a fantasy contest operator for each contest. And those items are addressed in chapter 38 and chapter 35 of the rule in the sections I've cited there. One of those sections requires the operator's platform to have those disclosures. And then you'll see this chapter 35 referenced several times in this document. And that's the chapter that outlines the application requirements. If you remember, I mentioned earlier, the statute sets forth specific application requirements and then allows the director by rule to add additional requirements. And this is one of the additional requirements. The statute also requires the rules to prohibit advertisements or promotions that target minors and individuals with gambling addiction, including individuals who have requested to be restricted from play on the fantasy contest operators platforms. With respect to minors, Chapter 37 requires advertising and promotions not to target minors, to depict minors engaged in fantasy contests, or to state or imply an endorsement by a minor. So it expands upon it a little bit, which is entirely consistent with rulemaking authority, although you can, of course, direct them to change that if you're not comfortable with those rules. There's another provision in Chapter 37, Section 3, which says advertising must state that minors may not participate in fantasy contests. And I put a little star there because the actual text of the statute says that advertisements or promotions should not target minors. And this says that advertising must state that minors may not participate. I didn't know if you wanted to include promotions. The rules aren't actually inconsistent, but it's something for you to consider. As far as individuals with gambling addiction, the rules do state that advertising may not specifically target that individuals with gambling addiction or who have requested to be restricted from play on a fantasy contest operator's platform. I put asterisks there as well. I was just trying to imagine if I was a fantasy contest operator and I knew that 45 people had written to me and said, I have a problem with gambling. I might try and sign up in the future. Please don't let me. And then my competitor maybe had 90 people sign up with them. And I don't know that I would know who signed up with my competitor. But as I read these rules as a legal nerd, I would say that if somebody signed up with my competitor, then they have requested to be restricted from play on a fantasy contest operator's platform. And I would be required by the rule to not allow them to sign up through mine. So I just wanted to raise that for you. It may be that they share all that information and it's not an issue. Again, I'm not operating in the actual fantasy contest world. I'm just operating in the nerdy legal world. There also is a requirement in the rules to include a link to a hotline for assistance with problem gambling. And then again, the application requirements chapter does include disclosure of the minimum internal controls that allow people to self-exclude themselves from fantasy contests. The next item required by statute to be addressed in the rules is requiring the fantasy contest operator to provide information on how to participate and compete in fantasy contests, including an explanation of fantasy contest play and how to identify a highly experienced fantasy contestant. Again, Chapter 38 of the rules actually directly requires this information on the fantasy contest operator's platform, and Chapter 35 requires disclosure during the application process. The next item required by statute to be in the rules is requiring a system that identifies a highly experienced fantasy contestant by means of a symbol or other identifier easily viewed by fantasy contestants engaged in fantasy contests on the platform. And again, that affirmative requirement is in Chapter 38, and then Chapter 35 requires a disclosure of that in the application. Here we get back to the scripts. So if you were waiting and wondering what those were, here we go. So the statute requires that the rules prohibit the use of third-party scripts or third-party scripting programs for any fantasy contest and implementing of methods to detect, deter, and to the greatest extent possible, prevent cheating and improper manipulation of the fantasy contests. The rules define a script as a list of commands that a computer program can execute and that are created by fantasy contestants or by third parties for the use of fantasy contestants to automate processes on a fantasy contest platform. So the statute says that the rule has to require the use of third-party scripts or those scripting programs. And in Chapter 35 of the rules, the applicants have to disclose their minimum internal controls to prevent cheating, manipulation, or misuse of accounts, including controls to prevent the use of unauthorized third-party scripts. And then again, Chapter 38 directly prohibits the use of third-party scripts and scripting programs for any fantasy contest and requires operators to implement methods to detect, deter, and prevent cheating and improper manipulation of fantasy contests. Again, I've put stars here because there's a slight difference between what the rules state and what the statute directs the rules to state. So the statute directs methods to detect, deter, and to the greatest extent possible prevent cheating and improper manipulation. And that greatest extent possible language does not appear in the rules. It's up to you to decide whether that's a problem. It doesn't have to be a problem. It's just something I'm pointing out as a difference between the statute and the rules. The statute also requires the rules to require the implementation of a system within the platform by which a fantasy contestant may submit a complaint against the fantasy contest operator and require the fantasy contest operator to respond to the complaint within 48 hours. The rules impose that requirement and actually go a little bit farther and require that the operators accept complaints on a 24/7 basis. And it still imposed the 48-hour response requirement. And the application also requires those to address what they're going to do in their application regarding complaints. The next part of the statute, imposing rulemaking requirements, says that the rules have to require the maintenance of records of fantasy contestant accounts, which must be made available to the director upon request for a period of 5 years. That requirement is directly in Rule Chapter 41, Section 1. Also, Section 3 of Rule Chapter 41 includes additional information that must be made available to the director upon request for a period of 5 years. And I've listed that additional information about fantasy contestants that the rules require. So it includes if a contestant wants a deposit limit increase and whether that's been granted, the number of accounts opened by a minor and what they did as a result of the minor opening the account, the number of refunds given, and the number of contestants who requested limitations on their accounts and the actions taken as a result. So those are additional requirements by rule. There's nothing in the statute prohibiting additional requirements by rule. I'm just pointing out to you that the rules go a little further. I'm not suggesting that's a problem. I'm just letting you know. Rule Chapter 33 also requires fantasy contest operators to maintain records of all complaint correspondence for a period of 5 years. But that particular chapter doesn't specifically require the sharing of this information with the director upon request. That's not in conflict with the statute. It's just an additional above and beyond requirement for maintaining for 5 years. The next part of the required rules, according to the statute, requiring the development and offering a fantasy contest limited to beginner fantasy contestants. That requirement is stated in Chapter 38 of the rules. And Chapter 35 about license applications also requires that disclosure. And it indeed goes a little bit further by requiring operators to recommend beginner fantasy contestant only contests. So not just offer them, but maybe recommend them. And low cost private contests, those are sort of among your friends kind of contests. And then it also requires disclosure of the percentage of contests they've made available only to beginner fantasy contestants and what they're doing to prevent access by the highly experienced fantasy contestants to such contests. And they have to disclose how they're going to make sure to suspend the accounts of any highly experienced fantasy contestant who tries to enter such contests. I knew I would do it at least once, so here's contest, and that's supposed to be contestant. Tried really hard not to do that, sorry. Another part of the required rules, they have to require the fantasy contest operator to ensure that winning outcomes reflect the relative knowledge and skill of the fantasy contestant and determined primarily by the accumulated statistical results of performance of human competitors in sports events. That's directly required by Chapter 38 of the rules, and Chapter 35, like we mentioned several times, requires disclosures about how they're going to do that in the application. So while Section 1106, subsection 2 specifically says your rules must include X, Y, and Z, and we've just gone through those, a different section of the statute allows the director to adopt any rules the director determines necessary to administer fantasy contest statutes. And I didn't try to summarize everything, although it looks like I did, I really didn't. These are just the additional requirements that are not required by statute, but are set forth in rules. So Chapter 35, as I mentioned before, is the license application chapter, and it does require the disclosure of different additional information, including the principal place of business of the applicant. If it's an out-of-state applicant, they have to include a copy of their certificate of authority to do business in Maine. Everyone has to include audited financial statements for the past 3 years, and they have to disclose minimum internal control standards to prevent cheating and manipulation of accounts, including the and preventing the use of pre-selected teams. So that wasn't something I saw in statute, but is in the rules. It also requires, although not required by statute, that if your information is outdated, you have to update it within 10 business days. Rule Chapter 36 is very similar to L16, so it requires the submission of license renewal applications not less than 60 days prior to expiration of the license. Rule Chapter 37 adds some requirements not found in current statute, including requiring the operators to prevent the use of proxy servers by which users can mask their identities or their locations so that people can't all pretend to be from maybe the Virgin Islands and avoid having that operator count any income they receive as being from Maine contestants, for example, or maybe they're trying to hide their identity or where they're from so that they can hack into somebody else's account and maybe take their winnings away. It also requires additionally to detect instances where a single fantasy contestant account is being accessed from geographically inconsistent locations. Again, that's to look for fraud where somebody's accessing an account who really shouldn't be able to, and to disable an account if there's a likelihood of unauthorized or improper access. In Chapter 38, there's some logging requirements for financial activity. Those probably help with the auditing, and they require operators to publish in their terms and conditions how they're going to handle funds in inactive accounts, and it defines inactive accounts as those not used for 3 years. Chapter 39 has some additional requirements above statute, which requires that operators verify the identity of individuals opening and accessing a fantasy contestant account. If they can't verify their identity when somebody's making a deposit or withdrawal, there's additional information that they must seek. And if they still can't verify that identity, the fantasy contest operator is required by rules to suspend the account, refund any balance of the account deposits, but the operator is supposed to retain any winnings attributable to the fantasy contestant. In Rule Chapter 37, additionally, if a fantasy contestant attempts to open more than one account, the contestant may not retain any winnings in the second account. It also states that if somebody subsequently, again, attempts to open a second account, they're supposed to be barred from opening a new account for 2 years by the operator. This rule also additionally requires the prominent display of specific information on the fantasy contest operator's website, including how entry fees will be handled when an individual entry is canceled or when the fantasy contest is voided. I would imagine that could happen maybe because the season is canceled. Chapter 40 has some additional requirements above and beyond statute, including putting a lot of detail into the requirement of statute that operators maintain a reserve account that exceeds the amount of entry fees and other fantasy contestant funds on deposit. The only thing I noted here was that while the statute states only that the reserve may not be used for operational activities, the rule goes further and requires that the reserve agreement reasonably protect the reserve against claims of the fantasy contest operator's creditors. And if there's any deficiency in that reserve, the director has to be notified within 24 hours. If the director thinks that there's a need, they can request an increase in that reserve amount for good cause to protect the contestants. Rule Chapter 41, talking about annual reporting and audits, just seems to follow the statute to me. Again, with Rule Chapter 42 and collection of payments, it just adds detail on how you pay any fees, fines, or taxes. And then Rule Chapter 43 on complaints and disciplinary actions, in addition to detailing the process for the investigation of complaints and the imposition of administrative sanctions, which are consistent with the Administrative Procedures Act. This chapter requires fantasy contest operators to provide information about filing complaints and a link to the Gambling Control Unit's website, readily accessible to the contestants through the communication channel used to access the fantasy contest platform. So it again goes above and beyond. The statute only requires that the operators tell contestants how to complain to them, and the rules require that the operators tell contestants how they can also complain to the unit. It may be important for you to know that under the statute, these initial rules for the operation of fantasy contests are major substantive rules subject to your review, but any future amendments or changes to the rules are considered routine technical and not automatically subject to legislative review. I should have put automatically there. The legislature can, of course, review routine technical rules, but it's not an automatic process. So that's overall. I did find a few technical issues. And again, they're just things I noticed. It doesn't mean they're problems, and it's up to you all to decide. I just point these things out because it's kind of annoying thing that I do. So the first is the difference between the use of the phrase fantasy contest account and fantasy contestant account. As you saw in this bill analysis, I made a contest contestant error myself. I think it's completely understandable. I'm not attempting to malign anyone because I did it myself. But those two phrases are used, and only fantasy contestant account is used in the statute. So it may make sense to make them all say this second phrase. Another thing that struck me as a little bit odd, Chapter 38 of the rules is about fantasy contest account activity. It should be contestant, I think, but it's about the accounts that people have with the money they have deposited that is used to pay out the entry fees and where the winnings are paid back. And yet in that chapter, which is about the accounts, there are several requirements imposed that relate to the operation of fantasy contests as a whole, and not specifically how the accounts are handled, including requiring disclosure of the number of entries allowed, or the rules of the contest, or using a symbol to identify highly experienced fantasy contestants. The list is here. So those kind of provisions seem to me maybe better located in a different chapter, perhaps chapter 37, but I leave that up to you. It's not as if the rules are improper there. It just seemed like an odd location to me. There is one cross-reference error, and when I looked back, I figured out where it came from. So Rule 39, Section 1 states a fantasy contestant may not be permitted to deposit or withdraw funds until the individual has conducted the identity verification required by subsection C. In an earlier version of the proposed rules that were posted for public comment, there was a subsection C, which requires fantasy contest operators to use commercially and technologically reasonable means to verify the identity of contestants. I think when they reprinted the rules for your review, they called it a subsection 3 instead of a C, but I think they meant that subsection 3. So I just want to point that out. And there's simple language you can put in a bill, in a resolve amendment, just directing the clarification of any typographical error. That could take care of that if you wanted to do that. The next two are slight differences between the rules and the statute. Again, I'm not saying they're wrong. It's just so you know there is a slight change. And in case when the statute was enacted, the legislature meant to be very specific or not, I don't know. So I just wanted to point out the differences. So as a condition of licensure, the statute requires fantasy contest operators to protect the privacy and security of fantasy contestants' information and accounts maintained or accessed by the operator. In the rules, however, the fantasy contest operators must prominently display in their terms and conditions that each contestant acknowledges that his or her account activity and winnings may be disclosed to the director and any other applicable state or federal entities. So that's a little bit different than saying everything is protected for privacy and security, but you may view it as entirely consistent because you may view this language more as talking about non-governmental officials. The fifth item was the timing of director required audits. Under the statute, it specifically says that the director is authorized to conduct a financial audit of a fantasy contest operator upon submission of an annual report required by statute. The rules are a little bit farther, and they say the director may conduct an audit to ensure compliance with the statutes at any time. So not just after receiving the annual report. Again, that may seem something to you that is necessary for the director to administer the chapter and is perfectly fine. I just wanted to point out the difference with the statute. And then clarification of the tax provisions. You may have noted when I talked about fantasy contest operators that have gross fantasy contest revenues in excess of $100,000. Several times that statement appears in the statute, and most of the time it tells you that that $100,000 is over the past 12 months. But in the tax provision, it doesn't tell you what you add up to get $100,000. It doesn't tell you, it's just the past 12 months. So it could be forever. It could be the past 12 months. It could be the past 10 days. It's not clear in that tax statute. And I didn't know, you can't through this rule resolve amend the statute, but rules are entirely an appropriate place to clarify a statute. So you could, if you wanted, direct that the rules include language clarifying that that's $100,000 over the past 12 months. If you wanted to, that could be in the rules and that would be fine. The criteria for review of major substantive rules, we talked about this a little bit last week. You're supposed to look if the agency exceeded the scope of its authority, if it followed legislative intent, if any of the rules conflict with laws or other rules. Are the rules necessary to accomplish the objectives of the statute? Are they reasonable? Could they be made less complex or easier to understand? Just so you know, that's not could Janet be made less complex or easier to understand. It's the actual rules. So don't get mad at the director because I talk too long. You have to check if the rules were imposed in accordance with the requirements of the Administrative Procedure Act. And if any rule significantly reduces property value, is the reduction necessary or appropriate, and does it avoid an unconstitutional taking? I didn't view that last issue as being part of these rules, but maybe you do. So I told you when we talked about rulemaking that I promised I would assure you that I would tell you what your motion should be and what you should vote depending on what you wanted to do. So these rules were turned in within the legislative acceptance period. So if you do nothing, the provisional rules can become law. So you could just not vote at all, or you could vote ought not to pass, and the rules could just go forward as they're written now. That's kind of a weird thing to do, to say ought not to pass on the resolve that authorizes the rules and just know that they're going to go forward. So we generally recommend in our office that if you want the rules to go forward, just vote ought to pass. You don't have to, but it makes a lot more sense to do that, just at least in my mind. If you only want certain parts of the rules or the rules with certain amendments to go forward, then you would vote ought to pass as amended, and you would detail in your amendment any changes or what parts of the rule could go forward. If you want to prohibit adoption of the rules and maybe tell the gambling control unit to start over, then you would also vote ought to pass as amended, because if nothing passes, the rule can go forward. So you would have to vote ought to pass as amended and sort of direct that the rules not go forward in your amendment. I'm going to stop sharing for now so people can see each other, but I'm happy to call it up again if you want.
Great, thank you, Janet. Obviously, rulemaking is kind of a complicated process, which is why we've kind of asked Janet to do that presentation last week or whatever, just to give a little primer on how it goes. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was a lot to unpack there. So I've got, and I'm sure these are all rookie questions, so please bear with me, and I'm not sure if these are best directed to Janet or Director Champion, so I'll just throw them out there, I guess, for discussion points, and anybody can let me know. I was trying to follow the web through, or the path through all of that about how someone is defined as a beginner versus an expert. And it kind of explained some things as you went through it about basically allowing the operator to make that determination. My question would be, how is the department going to determine if a violation has occurred? Are they going to wait for a complaint, or are they going to run an audit process through the operator to see if there are any issues? And the reason I ask that is because if it's as simple as just relying on basic account information, people can set up dummy accounts and change stuff back and forth. So I guess first question would be, how robust is the enforcement going to be, or the allowance on the operator to identify those problems? Does that make sense? I guess that would be for Director Champion, sorry.
Sure, Director, if you're.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Actually, when this first came in, I think on the initial physical impact, we looked at having a IT technical person because of the internet aspect of this activity. And so when I started to get into the rulemaking, and I was reaching out to my colleagues in other states who had already initiated rules and had fantasy contests happening in their states, I discovered that there wasn't a whole lot for an IT person to do, unless you wanted to have a guy sitting at a chair all day and just surfing the net and all that sort of thing. As far as the platforms are typical and can be certified by a third party, maybe a licensed laboratory or something of that nature. But besides that, that's where we ask for data. The nicest thing about computers is they have a whole lot of information if you just know what to ask for, or you can at some point say, look, I need to know this information, and they'll be able to create crystal reports if that be the case. But that's one of the things, like when I get into this, and this is typical of my rulemaking and how I go about rulemaking, is ask for everything and then back out depending on the response from the people in the industry. So clearly, maybe somebody that's had an account for a long time, maybe that person's betting higher than the normal person. That might identify a more highly qualified or experienced person versus the person that just wants to come in and kind of play around a little bit and see what it's all about. So if that helps.
Yep. I get a couple of follow-ups, Mr. Chair. So how do you want to handle it? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, whatever you think, either that, if it's just general questions, yeah, or we can go through and try to see where everybody is on each point, but whatever you feel, if it's general, hit it.
I think these are just general to start.
Cool.
So if they get too specific, just rein me in, so to speak. So, so the next question I had is there an industry list or some kind of list out there for people who have identified themselves as having gambling issues? That's a common list, like a reporting type of agency. And the reason I ask is they may, if it exists, then we don't need to go any farther. If it doesn't, then the question is, how do you know? I think to Janet's point before, are these platforms going to be sharing information with each other, or is it going to be if they report to one platform, is it that platform's responsibility to tell everybody else, or how is that going to, how does that play in?
Well, it's almost similar to the casinos. The casinos we have a self-exclusion list within the casinos. There is a state list. We kind of control that list, but it's the individual facilities that would put somebody on that exclusion type list. And then we also have those ones that ask to be put on and it's considered self-exclusion list. So this would be in the same case. It would be a thing where we didn't necessarily direct them to talk to one another about who's being, who's on their list, so to speak. So I guess, theoretically, yes, a person could have an account with one operator and then go to the next operator and that sort of thing. But generally, like I say, we could initiate a fantasy exclusion list and then communicate that information to all the licensed operators in pretty much the same fashion the way we do with the casinos. So it can be done, and the operators are it's a general acceptance in the industry to be able to provide that information. And the other thing that I like, especially like with the fantasy side of things, is that they can put on a temporary hold of, restrict me for 30 days or 90 days or something like that, and gives them kind of a cool off period, I guess, before they actually get into that exclusion type process. But yeah, we can certainly make that available for them.
But there's no liability to hold an operator accountable if they fail to report that person to another platform, and then the person goes on another platform and, loses all of their money, let's say, so to speak, right?
Well, we could work that in maybe in the next round of rules if we wanted to. I would say that maybe we would take the control. Now, here's another thing. I was working a couple of years ago. I was working with northeastern states, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, Connecticut. We were all involved in coordinating a self-exclusion list for the Northeast. So it would also include, or would have somebody the ability to be in a casino in Massachusetts, and while they're excluding in Massachusetts, they could check off any of the other casinos in the Northeast that they would also want to be excluded from. So then that communication would be, distributed to each one of the facilities that they wanted to be excluded. So eventually, as I see time going on, I can see where our casino self-exclusion could in and of itself say, gambling self-exclusion, and then we could actually include in there, not only check off casinos, but you could check off fantasy, you can check off nonprofit, bingo, you can self-exclude yourself from everywhere. And then it becomes the state's issue to get that information out to them. And that's pretty much what we do on the casino side of things right now. Actually, every month we send them the updated list from people that have been added during that month. And then also when people are added, they also get an alert of the information, at that time as well. So it's kind of a two-way control.
Yeah, and I just want to be clear, I'm not advocating for one of them. I'm just trying to figure out what's there now. So, or what the intent is of the rulemaking process. The next question is, maybe it's for Janet. Is there a legal definition of greatest extent possible?
A nickel definition?
Legal, sorry, legal. Like that means something. I'm sure there's a 3-cent definition. I think I would probably make one up.
There may be cases on that somewhere, but it just struck me that it just required you to not allow cheating in the rules, but the statute says to the greatest extent possible. So it struck me as interesting that the language was not there.
And might there be like, so for something like, if you say, something has a sense, there's something, time is of the essence, has a certain statute, has a meaning, right? Is there an alternative legal definition that we could use? Or, because to me, it's subjective. So what might work for one platform might not work for another, right? And then so now it's very subjective. It's not objective in terms of definitions, right?
I agree. It's a subjective definition. There are other subjective type terms in the law. A reasonable person standard is used throughout tort law all the time. And it's objectively a reasonable person, which sounds like it's not subjective, but it really kind of is. It's what does the judge or the jury view as reasonable for a regular person? But the subjective term is a statutory term in this case. So it's just whether you want it to carry through to the rules or not.
Okay. And then the last question was probably a little bit more detailed. You were talking about people being banned as a penalty. Would they be banned on just that particular platform, or would you look at having some kind of exclusion very similar to what we said about the gambling the gambling issue list? Would they be banned from participating across the board for X number of days, or would it be just specific to that one site where the violation was committed?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Each facility, or in this case, each operator would have their own ability to ban someone from wagering on their platform. Same thing with a casino. The Oxford Casino can exclude somebody from their casino, and that person can go right up to Hollywood and gamble up in Hollywood until Hollywood excludes them. Okay. Now the other side of that too is that the state also has an involuntary list. So if I feel that there's an issue of public safety with that person who was just excluded from Oxford only, I can add that. I can notice that person and add them to the involuntary list, and then they're excluded from all facilities in the state of Maine. So there's quite a different, there's many different ways we can get her done.
Well, that's all I have. Thank you for indulging me. I'm sorry, those were probably some pretty basic questions that I know Janet's gone through a lot of stuff trying to get our foundations in place. So I appreciate that.
It's good. It's good. Representative Tuttle. Sorry, Representative, you're on mute.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, if it's in order, I would move ought to pass.
You can make that motion if you'd like. I think we might want to make a couple adjustments, but it's your call if you want to make it.
Well, I'll withdraw that motion, Mr. Chair.
It's up to you. Okay. Thank you. Representative Riley.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I just had one quick question. So what is done to make sure that there is no targeting of minors, especially on social media? I mean, if these companies take out a lot of ads on social media, it can sometimes get a little bit hard to make sure that you're not, it's not coming across the feeds of minors too. I mean, on my social media, there are definitely ads that are out there that are definitely not targeted towards, not meant to be targeted towards me. So I'm just curious to see what's done to ensure that that isn't the case.
Director, can you talk briefly just on whatever would trigger a penalty in violation of advertising towards minors or things you look for?
Yeah, well, in this particular case, again, it would have to be a complaint. So 9 times out of 10, you're going to get a complaint from a parent who's going to dive in there and say, hey, my 18-year-old son is in college right now, and he's betting with my credit cards and all this sort of thing. So an initiation of a complaint would start an investigation. They are required to put on their platforms out there on the website. You have to be at least 18 to play and all that sort of thing. They even have to have stuff directing people towards gambling problems and that sort of thing as well. So, but you know what? Realistically, at the end of the day, I mean, you can do everything at humanly possible, and there's still those ones that are going to get through. And we'll look at each individual case on a case by case basis. But if they just go and give somebody an account or allow somebody to wager, in fact, with fantasy, if they're identified that they are of 18 years of age, they have to give them their money back. So that's a little bit different too. But there are certain measures that we have that are a little bit different, but they're there, and we suspect that we're going to do the best we can. But honestly, at the end of the day, there's no guarantee. But typically, we'll get the call from the parent first.
Okay, so as Janet kind of lined out on in the analysis, as we go through the rules, we don't change the underlying law. What we're really doing procedurally is just ensuring that the agency has stayed within the scope of authority in approving the rules when we do that. And so Janet put out kind of a list of questions that we can basically think of when we review major substantive rules. Just making sure that it conforms to the legislative intent of the statute that's underneath and that it complies. And generally, whenever we make recommendations on rules, because we don't rewrite the rules ourselves, we would say, in this area, we think it can be adjusted in a certain way. And then the department will go back and kind of tweak it in that sense. We don't rewrite it for them. So it may be easiest, if people are up for it, to kind of just walk through the points that Janet raised point by point, and we can call up the director if there's any questions on stuff. That way we can keep the questions focused to that particular bullet point. And then after that, if we're ready to make a motion, we can do that if people are good with that. So I think, Janet, maybe we'll start on page 3. And
certainly, and I did want to let you all know that the director did not see this in advance, because I'm still not sure how we're working in this remote world. He wouldn't have seen it in advance in an ordinary session, but he also would have been able to walk in and pick up the piece of paper. And I didn't remember to email it to him until after I finished talking about it. So he's a little bit behind you, and that's my fault, not his.
Great. Yeah. And we can talk through them all, and none of them are, I don't think anything is saying that they did it wrong. It's just maybe we can clarify a couple of things just so that if we get sued, it works in with the other stuff. So,
Mr. Chair, if I could just mention.
Yeah, sure.
If I could just mention, these rules went through 3 publications. There was an initial publication. There was some time between the initial and the second, because we were looking to incorporate and adopt the Gaming Laboratory International's Chapter 31 on specifically in regards to sports wagering. But it was discovered that it was more on the sports wagering side, which is gambling, and not the fantasy side, which is not gambling. So we had to kind of rewrite the whole thing again, taking out that chapter 31. And then we went ahead and published our rules for the second time. And then we got some comments, and then we published it for the third time. And then that's where we got it down to where it was more workable. And of course, you know, we had our other states who had already been operating for up to a year by that time that we could work off of them a little bit as well. So just kind of wanted to give you that brief history. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And it's been through a lengthy review process. And as we saw at the public hearing, nobody opposed it from the industry. So that's also a very good sign. Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was hanging in there with you, Director, but I'm just confused about fantasy isn't gambling, but in the title it's fantasy gambling. So can you explain? Thank you.
Okay, so the history of fantasy, when fantasy first came out, it's a game of skill. So it's not gambling. You have to know how to track individual players, how they play, you know, that sort of thing, because you're basically putting together teams based on people, you know, that have really good skills. Okay, so when you go to pick out your team, you may pick out, you know, Holmes or Brady as your quarterback, or you may end up with, you know, Bobby Smith, who just came out of college and he's brand new because somebody already took Brady and somebody already took Holmes, you know, that type of thing. So when you're picking your teams, you have to understand the skill set behind it. If you don't, then more than likely your team's not going to win. And that's really where it separates the experience. Another example of separating the experienced person versus the regular person. You know, I took my wife years ago before I got into government side of it when I was on the casino side, and I took her to a horse race, and she bet on the weight of the horse and the color of the vest that the jockey was wearing, and not necessarily all the other stuff that if you talk to the guys and, you know, sitting there with the programs digging deep into statistics and stuff. So there's your difference between experience and non-experience.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Sure. Yep.
Yeah, thank you. I do understand very much better than I did before that it's a game of skill, but is the title okay where it says fantasy gambling in the title of the resolve? Or does that just go away anyway?
I think the actual title would be fantasy contests. I think it's by statute, so I don't know that.
Okay.
Is this something, John? Is this something you referred to, or is it something that we actually did? I'm not sure.
We can change the title if we make a motion to.
Yeah, it's just in the title in the resolve. I don't actually see it referred to that way in the actual rules.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that wasn't something that we added when I submitted it. The legislative director's office may have did that title up, and so they added the word gambling.
It's probably because it's from the director of the gambling control unit, and they may have just conflated the two concepts.
Yeah.
Okay. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Shaman, is it fair to say that in a regular, in a traditional gambling setting, you're competing against the house, and in a fantasy setting, you're competing with each other, correct?
Well, you know, with fantasy, you're selecting your members of your team. You're doing that based on skill. So a particular, let's say, talking about football only because the Super Bowl was yesterday, but if you've got two tight ends and you pick the one that catches it more often than the other one, then there's a likelihood that you'll get more points for that person because that person's going to catch more passes, so to speak. So that's really the way that's done.
No, I understand that, and I've participated in a couple of football fantasy leagues, but it's you know, the way I understand it, it's a competition between, let's say you have 10 people collectively as a pod or a group, and it's the best statistics out of that 10 group, and you may be able to make adjustments at certain points in certain rules, but there's somebody who manages the process, but the actual competition is amongst the 10 individuals who are participating. Is that a fair assessment, or is it a different situation?
No, that is correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's not considered gambling because it's considered skill and not chance.
Right.
Yep.
by the law. Yeah.
Thank you.
So going through these points, the first one that raised an issue is this one C on page 3 that Janet mentioned. And so this talks about advertising, not targeting.
I can explain it again if you want.
Yeah, it's just, sure, I can just very quickly.
Okay.
So this just covers the because I think somebody asked a question on this one maybe. So you don't target people that have gambling addiction or kids or anything. And your point, Janet, and you can say would be to include, if we want to include this on promotions as well as it says in the statute. Is that right? And in the rules, it only says in advertising.
So for minors, the actual language that the rules are supposed to address according to the statute is prohibit advertisements or promotions from targeting minors. That is actually in the rules. Advertising and promotions may not target minors, but the rules add an additional requirement that advertising has to actually state that minors may not participate. And I didn't know if that made sense to also include in promotions. So that was just an option for you all. Down here, it's an actual divergence from the statute. So the statute says the rules have to prohibit advertisements or promotions from targeting individuals with gambling addiction. And the rules say advertising may not specifically target fantasy contests with a gambling addiction. But this is actually a difference. So that's more of a suggestion if you wanted to just be entirely consistent, totally up to you. This is one where it's kind of weird in chapter 37. I can show you the language if you want directly. I can screen share that actual rule language, but the heading of the provision says advertising and promotions, but then when it specifically says not to target people with a gambling addiction, it just says advertising. It doesn't restate promotions, making you wonder, does that mean only advertisement is covered?
Right.
It's just a nitpicky little thing.
Right. So on this one, I'm sure, Director, you're fine if we add promotions to that, right? Just to make sure that promotions can't target people who have gambling problems.
Absolutely. And of course, there's the other side of the coin too. If you're going to have a promotion, you're going to advertise it, right? So one half dozen the other, but I don't, I'm definitely not an issue with adding and or promotions.
Okay. Yeah. So I think that's a pretty non-controversial recommendation, just to make sure it's consistent all the way through that we do that.
Yes.
And I guess the same in the first part under minors that Janet just explained, that we'd also say advertising and promotions that minors may not participate. Am I interpreting that right, Janet?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that, you fine with that, Director?
Absolutely. In
Okay.
each one of those asterisks, you can add and or promotions.
Okay. And the way it'll be written when Janet does it is that, we don't really write it. We just kind of make the recommendation that you add that. So Janet will use her expertise on how to draft that.
I'll talk to Dan, but yes.
Yeah. We went lengthy with some of his rules before too.
So is it my understanding then this procedure is a little bit different than that? You're not changing a statute, you're asking to change a rule. So you'll pass these rules as major substantive, and then I'll have to come back in later and do them routine technical to change the rule?
The way that that I understand it, and I'll tell you if I'm wrong if when I double check with the people in my office, but the way I understand it is the resolve will be enacted either straight and say, go forth with the way that the rules are drafted now, or if the committee decides to say ought to pass as amended and the whole legislature agrees, then it'll say, please go ahead and make the rules final. But when you do so, please make sure, for example, it could say in the amendment that when you say advertising can't must state that minors can't participate, you should also include promotions there. And then you would go make that change, and within 60 days, you'd make that change, and then the rules would be final. You don't have to come back again.
Okay.
Yeah, we're kind of simultaneously enacting it and making recommendations to change a few things. It is super confusing. So I guess, can we go to the next page, Janet? So we had another asterisk.
So this
And-
was where the statute says that the rules have to require prohibit the use of these scripts and implement methods to detect, deter, and to the greatest extent possible prevent cheating and improper manipulation. And the rules just say that operators have to implement methods to detect, deter, and prevent cheating and improper manipulation. It doesn't say to the greatest extent possible. It could very well be for the reason Representative Caiazzo said, that what does greatest extent possible mean?
Right. I mean, either way is fine with me. The rules seem a little bit stronger, but it doesn't, I guess, match exactly with the statute. So Representative Caiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the question would be for Director Champion to say, I assume that, like we talked about before, this would be the enforcement would be a response to a complaint, not necessarily an active audit or an investigation to see if they're compliant. If you got multiple complaints or a complaint about a platform, this would apply to that, where you would apply the was it done to the greatest extent possible based on the evidence presented in that individual issue, right?
That is correct, sir. Yep.
Okay. So if that's the case, then I mean, I think maybe just adding it in, that be consistent, I would say to include it.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. And if people are good with that, we can add that recommendation in under F.
Sorry, I'm just writing it down.
Yep. Okay, so technical issues. I guess this first one was fantasy contest account versus fantasy contestant account. And I think fantasy contestant account is the phrase that's actually defined. So, and this may just have been just a computer thing. I don't know. Is there any reason why we wouldn't go consistent, Director, with fantasy contestant account?
I think depending on the topic or the description, because the bill that came out was fantasy contests. And so I think that's why there was a little bit of a difference between a fantasy contest account was not necessarily centered on a particular person or a contestant, where in some cases the fantasy contestant account was actually drilled in more towards the individual. But I could be wrong in that assumption. I would say we could go back through it, and where it would be justified, we could make those changes. I just don't. I mean, it may work just blanket fantasy contestant account, but I'm just kind of giving our rationale between the two.
Yeah, and like we said, you just kind of saw it, so it's hard to think of every citation throughout the rules on the fly.
Yeah.
Representative McCray.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So just, are you saying, Director, that a fantasy contest account, for example, could be with the entity that's keeping track, and the contestant is the individual?
Yes, like if we had a rule and it was determining that a fantasy contest account had to be segregated from all other accounts and all that, had to be its only one account per contestant, that type of scenario. So there may be areas where it might be appropriate, and then of course there could be areas where it might be more appropriate to say contestant. But I'm just trying to think back that's kind of the way we looked at it. So it was really defining separately what a fantasy contest account had to have, and then specifically in some cases it went in to say, you know, a fantasy contestant account had to have something else.
Yeah.
I think I can make this a little easier. I can just show you the page I was talking about, and then maybe it'll make more sense. Sorry about that. So this is chapter 38 of the proposed rules. You can find this on our committee webpage. And so the heading is fantasy contest account activity. And that's again the heading here, but it's about fantasy contestant accounts. So all I was saying was just to amend this language to match. Not necessarily in other provisions of the rules about the reserve fund, which I agree would not be appropriate to say contestant account.
And looking at that, I'm good with changing that to contestant account.
Great, thank you, Director. Thanks, Janet. That made it easier to understand.
Yeah,
That was a lot easier. That was great.
I didn't think I had lost it yet.
So the next one refers to a different chapter. So
that's actually the same chapter, I think.
chapter.
I can go back there if you want, but that's supposed to be about the contestant accounts. And then there's a whole series of requirements that are really about how you operate the system. They're not about how you take care of the account itself. So, and it could be, as the director said, that they started off with a different model and then they had several iterations of the rules that changed over time. So where this was located may have made perfect sense when it started, but then they had to change the structure. And you don't have to suggest that it go anywhere else. I don't think anybody could reasonably argue that if it says that the operator, for example, has to require the use of a symbol or other method to identify highly experienced fantasy contestants. Yes, that's not going to happen in the account. I don't think anybody can say, well, we didn't realize you wanted that on the actual platform, because it says it in the statute too. So I think it would be okay. It just seemed like if you were going to have an amendment, you might want to consider saying maybe relocate these to more of a general section of the rules instead of something just about the accounts section, but that's totally up to you.
Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we're not changing any of the language behind it, it's just more of a form than function, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's, I'm not wed to it. It's just a suggestion.
Director Champion, is there any reason you can think of that we would leave them where they are? Or is there is it, as Janet had said, just kind of a happenstance of the editing process and how it came out? Or would you have any objections to aligning them to something that's maybe a little bit more intuitive, so to speak?
Well, in some cases, I think you want to etch these out separately and rather than mix them in a little bit with something else. So I think that's why we took the position we did with this, making it separate.
Okay. Maybe we'll take a minute on that one and pop down to 3. I think 3 will be a pretty simple one. It looks like a cross-reference error. And then maybe we can kind of go more in depth into 2 in a minute. So this one is just an oh, sorry, go ahead.
This one was clear. When I looked back, the numbering was changed. So originally it used to be paragraphs A, B, and C became subsection 3. So this is the area where it says if somebody's trying to make a deposit and a withdrawal, you have to do some identity verification processes. And I'm pretty sure it means you have to go look at what subsection 3 says to do. But it used to be called subsection C, and that's still what it's called in the rules before you now. So it's just a straightforward, the numbering scheme was changed in this just one tiny place it wasn't called.
Yep, that seems like an easy fix if everybody's good with that. It's just an edit thing. So I guess technical item 4. This is whether or not sharing the information with the director is inconsistent with the statute. Is that kind of the issue?
Right. I don't think it's necessarily inconsistent because the rules can go above beyond the statute. I'm just pointing out to you that this is somewhere where the statute talks about protecting the privacy and security. The director has the authority to make rules that he deems are necessary to the administration of the chapter. And he's proposed this rule that would require telling people that their account activity can be disclosed to state or federal entities. And that's not something I object to at all, but I just wanted you to know that that was different where the legislature picked the privacy and security. It's up to you to decide whether this proposed rule is consistent or inconsistent with what you meant by your intent. That's sort of what the major substantive rule review process requires, is to see if it's consistent with the intent. So I'm just raising it to check, is it consistent with your intent?
Sure, Representative Wood.
I can't, thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't speak to what Janet was just asking the question about. If we want to answer that, I want to just bring up another minor issue on number 4.
Okay. I guess we'll get to yours in just a second, but maybe we'll get the director to respond to Janet's. Is that essentially just the situation where, I guess for like tax issues or something, where that would happen? Or?
Well, it could be part of an investigation of a complaint, you know, all that sort of thing. Obviously, you know, where it's applicable, other states, I mean, we'd have to justify that. Naturally, I would go through the AG's office before I would disseminate any type of application to another state agency or you know, to the federal entities, that type of thing. But certainly it's letting the public know that, you know, that I have the ability to do that.
Okay.
And like I say, 9 times out of 10, it will be more drilled around a complaint.
And this is something that's typically done in other states, have you found, or?
Yes.
A typical procedure? Okay. Okay, Representative Wood, do you want to raise your point too?
This is just a minor language thing. I thought that in statutes now, we were supposed to use gender neutral pronouns. So instead of his or her, that we should be using their. I was under the impression that that was how that was passed a few years ago.
Right. Does that
quote
also?
There's the rules. So all statutes that are written now are gender neutral.
Okay.
And we wouldn't say his or her, we would just say, here we'd say the contestants again.
Okay.
We would just avoid the pronoun. But rules don't have like such strict requirements for how the rules are written.
Is it something that while we're going through this, that we could make that change on this spot, or that would just open up a much larger can of worms?
That's entirely up to you all.
Right. We don't, like we said, we don't generally rewrite the rules themselves.
Okay.
But if we wanted to make the recommendation to make it gender neutral, but that could be, I don't know how prevalent it is in this.
There are a couple of spots where it says they're his or her. It doesn't use just his or just her, but I realize that those two pronouns don't encompass everyone. So.
Right. So that line is already in the existing rule. It's not part of the actual work we're doing right now on that item.
Now, I'm sorry, I'm confusing you. So the statutes are what exists now, and they're the law. These rules were drafted, and they've gone through 3 sets of public comments.
Okay.
And they're now being proposed to you, having been provisionally adopted, but they are not yet law until you say either nothing, in which case they can go ahead and do it because they filed it in time, or you say, go ahead and adopt it, but we suggest you make these changes, or we direct you to make these changes before they're final.
And Janet, and I don't know if you know this off the top of your head, but the law that Representative Wood was talking about focused primarily on statutes being gender neutral. They didn't cover rules as tightly. I don't know if you know off the top of your
Don't
head.
actually know the answer to that, but I don't believe it addressed rules. I don't think there's anything stopping you from putting in language requesting that gender specific references be removed. I would say that probably there's a lot of rules out there, but that doesn't mean if you want to start here that you shouldn't. But there may be gender specific terms in lots of rules. I haven't read that many rules.
Right. I was just wondering, because it's here, can we just change this one without opening up the larger discussion about all rules?
I don't see why you couldn't.
It's a recommendation we could make, or we could direct them to do that.
So I'd like to do that if we can do it on this specific rule.
Would you like to say, so just as a general overall comment, not just on this one quote, just say anywhere in this provisional rule presented to you, remove gender specific terms?
Yes.
Gotcha. I'll write that down as your proposal.
Right. Yeah, not going further to all rules or anything.
Right. Right.
And so otherwise, Director, I'm fine with leaving in this one with the state and federal entities. It seems like that's a common practice. So on point 4, I wouldn't really make any changes aside from the recommendation that Representative Wood just made.
Okay. And Representative Wood, going forward, I'll make sure that when we come to these areas and any rulemaking that we do, that we make it that way.
Okay, thank you.
And so on point 5, Director, it talks about audits. And so under the rules, you can conduct an audit whenever you want, just to make sure somebody's complying with the tax laws or with the laws of operation.
That is correct.
Right. And so this issue, Janet, was just a question of if that goes beyond the statute where it says you can do it on an annual report, or.
So again, to be clear, the rules can always go beyond statute because he has authority to implement any rule or adopt any rules he deems necessary. But the Administrative Procedures Act requires you to consider whether it's consistent with the intent. And I'm just asking you to make sure that you think it's consistent with the intent. I'm not saying it is or isn't. I'm just raising it for your discussion.
Right. And I think that it's consistent as is, that the director would have this ability to do that. Personally, I think that rather than just upon an annual report, but that you can do it, because we want to make sure that main people who bet on these things will have a good operator. Does that sound good, Director?
Yeah, this is similar to being able to ask a casino for any type of reports or any type of information. So this is similar to that. And again, any type of an audit that would be done would, outside of the annual, would probably more than likely be involved around a complaint.
Right. Representative Wood, did you have a question, or is that?
I'm sorry.
I got you. Yeah. It's hard to remember that. So I think 5 would be fine as is, unless people have issues. And then number 6, Janet, can you remind us on this one?
So this is a little bit strange thing for me to raise because it's an issue actually that exists already in the statute. So the statute governing the 10%, I view it as a tax, the 10% of gross fantasy contest revenues that have to be paid to the state if the operator has gross fantasy contest revenues of $100,000 or greater. This one provision of statute doesn't tell you how long you're supposed to add up the money to get to $100,000. There's a couple of other provisions that refer again to the $100,000 figure. And in each of those other places in the statute, it says you can calculate it from the 12 months preceding whatever date you're starting from. So if it's your application, you look at the 12 months preceding your application date. So the statute doesn't have that 12 months language, and it doesn't tell you when you'd start counting the 12 months. You can't amend the statute for this rule resolve, but that's the actual beauty of rules. What they do is they give the agency a chance to clarify the law, what it means, So you could direct the agency to clarify what the law means. They didn't guess and try and clarify it in the provisional rule. They didn't put anything in there other than what the statute says. But if you wanted to clarify how this $100,000 is calculated, you could direct them to say in the rule when to start counting and for how long.
Okay, so just so I understand, so the rule doesn't make any mention of how the 100,000 is measured?
And neither does the statute in this one area.
Oh, for the taxation, because anybody who operates under 100,000 doesn't get taxed whatsoever under the law that was passed.
Right, but I can show you the law if you want to see it. It doesn't tell you when do you count the 100,000.
But I think, Director, are you, when it comes to the 100,000, how you consider that? Do you consider that in a calendar year or any 12-month period, or is it just 100,000 at all?
We are currently looking at it as the 12 months preceding. And the reason why I say that is there is a part in statute where it says, while your application, I'm trying to find it now, I'm scrolling through here. While your application.
Probably knows where it is.
I do, yeah. It's at 11036.
And if you go to 1105, wait a minute, 11052, it says the director shall collect and deposit 10% gross revenue. Approval of an application submitted to director as described in section 1103, subsection 9 from Wikipedia under this chapter that has gross fantasy contest revenues of 100,000 or greater. And I can see where in that particular case there, it doesn't define 12 preceding months. But if you go back up to 11039, 11039 says while your application is being reviewed. Right?
Right, but 11036 is where it says, it's talking about the license fee.
Right.
And it says you look at the 12 months preceding your application because this is an application fee. So you need to know when do you calculate. You look over the year preceding your application. And that's how you calculate the $100,000. But there's no similar explanation of how you calculate. This is the tax provision again. It doesn't tell you what year are you looking at. And it doesn't even say that you are looking at a year to decide $100,000. So this is the kind of thing that can be clarified in rule. And if you wanted it to be clarified in rule, you could direct it as part of this rule to resolve. It sounds like the director has an idea of how he's going to have them calculate it. So if you feel comfortable with that, you could just leave it alone.
Right. So essentially we have in law for license fees that it's 12 months previous.
Preceding the application.
But we didn't specify that. Right. Thanks. That we didn't specify that in the tax. So Director, your plan was to enforce it as the 12 months prior?
Yeah, I would think it'd have to be preceding because they don't know what kind of wagers they're going to have in the year ahead. They can only go on what was the preceding 12 months.
Right.
So,
I think that the only question would be if it's the preceding 12 months or if they've had 100,000 in revenues ever type of thing. So I think that's the question. It wouldn't be like a forward looking. Whether or not there is a time period prior. So if the 12 months is good with you ahead of time, that seems to make sense. That's how we applied it to the license fees.
Yeah, I would.
Representative Chiazzo?
I mean, it's obviously it's your call. And Janet, nice catch. I guess this is what happens when you look at these things for a long period of time, day in and day out. You know, there's things that you miss. But yeah, it was clearly not. It was an assumption on my part, at least, that the application process would also be a part of the actual revenue due process, which would be the 12 preceding months.
Right, and it's our fault for not being clear in statute, so. Representative Chiazzo.
So just not to complicate things, but if it's a tax, why wouldn't it be during the fiscal year? Why wouldn't you just make it during the fiscal year?
Well, I don't know that for sure, sir, but I think it's because the applicants submit their application for licensure at different times during the year. Some are very small businesses, basically, guys that work out of their garage. I mean, that they're just getting started type of thing. So I don't know that everybody works on a fiscal year or a calendar year, that sort of thing, but that would just be my assumption at this point would be that, they go on the 12 preceding months of the date that they applied.
Or I suppose we could go even further to any 12-month period if you wanted to, but that might be a bit, it might be a bit tedious.
I was just thinking of ease of reporting, right? If they're gonna, is it easier to do it during during the license renewal process or, period, because that's a date that's set, or is if we're gonna collect it at a certain point, if it would be easier from an accounting standpoint of the operators to just, they look at revenue over a period of time, they gotta file taxes anyway, I assume, or maybe they don't, I don't know.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, it could say, your last fiscal year, completed fiscal year.
Right, because where it was new, I guess it was probably more from date of licensure, but once it gets going, you could do fiscal year. Representative Dolph. Representative, you can unmute yourself.
Okay.
There you go.
I'll put my hand down too. I like how the director first looked at it, that 12 months going back of the date of when the license has to be renewed. That's a very easy bookkeeping thing. And who's to say now that I can pose this question too, is if some year they may have the $100,000 in there, and then what happens if the next year they don't have a good year, they don't have those revenues? But I'd like to keep it as simple as possible, because not everybody works on a January to December calendar.
Yeah, those are good points. And from a business perspective, I don't know which would be the easiest for their tax filing. If they did their tax filing on a calendar year, if that would be the easiest, that way they could simply just carry that number over to you rather than do a different calculation. I'm not sure which one you think would be best. Representative Chiazzo, if you have recommendation.
I'm wondering if we've already planted the bug and we've already planted the bug in Director Champion's ear that he should come up with something that's maybe as least intrusive on the operators as possible. And then whatever he comes up with, as long as it's stated, he clarifies that. Does that make sense? He defines the period based on, he uses a criteria of least impactful for or has the least impact on the operators, let's say, or something.
Yeah, can we write something like that, Janet, in there as the directive to the?
Probably you just want to make sure it's a 12-month period and he can decide what the best 12-month period is as long as it's uniformly applied to everybody. So if it's everybody's renewal date, then they use their own renewal date. If it's everybody's tax reporting date, then it's that.
That works by me, yeah. It's a good suggestion. Does that work for you, Director?
Yeah, and currently,
basically just telling you to clarify it in a way.
Yeah,
that,
I'll tell you, currently we have 11 operators that have applied and have been operating in the state of Maine for at least the last 12 months. And at least one of them has been, and there's now past, I believe 2 years. And that's what they're reporting. And they get that information from their platforms, from their servers. So it's not like they have to wait to get their taxes done. They can generate that information directly from their server. So because it's based on, the amount of wagers, less the prizes given out, so forth and so on for the calculation. So they're able to do that at any month of the year. So it works out for everybody right now.
Great. Okay, so I think we're really close. We just, if Janet, if you can bring us back to number 2, and then maybe we can.
I'm going to show it to you a little bit differently. Hopefully it helps. So just so if you wanted to look at these rules again, remember they're on our VLA page. If you go to committee meeting materials by LD, all the LDs that have been referred to are listed here so far. So I'm kind of giving you a sideline little recap. But LD 139 is this one. There's always going to be this link to the bill status. You can get to the testimony there when it's posted, and it is now because it's after the public hearing. But what I'm showing you now is the actual provisional rule. And if we look down, we're talking about chapter
38.
38, thank you. Sorry, got to scroll to it.
Yeah.
Here we go. So this is the rule. And we talked about this a little earlier. This is a rule that's about the fantasy contestant accounts. So all of the transactions in the accounts, keeping logs of them, making sure if there's credit card transactions, you have an audit trail, having positive ID of the people, when is something inactive, et cetera, and so forth, et cetera, and so forth. And then you get down starting at number 10, and it says a fantasy contest operator has to disclose the number of entries you can submit in each contest, and they're disclosing it on the platform. This doesn't really have anything to do with the account itself for each individual fantasy contestant. Same with number 12, which is about requiring certain information on the platform. This is about how you participate and compete in the contest, how you can tell if somebody's highly experienced and is part of your contest. So maybe, maybe I don't want to join that one. Or maybe, oh, I can be really proud of myself if I beat them.
So these are more telling the operator what to do rather than defining what the account is.
Requiring the operators, for example, to have beginner only fantasy contests. That's not really about the account itself. It's not harmful, I don't think, to put it in this rule. I don't think anybody would say that because the rule is under fantasy contestant accounts that it's wrong to be there, but it just may make more sense to not be there. That's my only point. It's not a criticism, it's just an observation, and up to you.
Right. So rather than being under the fantasy accounts section, it should be under what was the recommendation? Was it to move it to like the operators?
There's a chapter 37, fantasy contest monitoring, and it tells contestant operators they can't allow proxy servers, they can't allow unauthorized access to accounts. It talks about advertising and promotions. Those seem more general, and maybe that is a good place. It's just an off the top idea.
Right. Yeah. So chapter 37 seems to tell fantasy operators what they can and can't do. And it looks like the second half of chapter 38 kind of gets into that as well, rather than talking about the accounts. So it may make sense just to move it over into this chapter if you're good with that, Director.
Yes, that'd be fine.
Okay. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So we can make that recommendation if people are good. Okay. Thank you, Director, for your help on that. Rules are always long and painful, and we can't really do a whole lot with the statute. So it's
a lot of pain, Louis.
It's just kind of finding those things. That's right.
Yeah.
So any other issues from people, or Director, you have any? You good?
No, I think everybody's ready to go. Obviously, we've withheld issuing licenses and that sort of thing. We have probably 11 operators right now, of which 2 have surpassed that threshold. So they have revenue due to the state right now. So once we get these all through, we'll take care of that. But I want to thank you all. Appreciate it.
Great. No, thank you. And thank you, Janet, for doing the crazy amount of analysis that we needed to kind of go through all those rules.
Well, Mr. Chair, if I could make a motion.
Sure.
We ought to pass as amended. Is that correct?
Yep. ought to pass as amended, and your amendment, Representative Tuttle, would include all the items that we just went through and the recommended changes.
Well, Louis, you're always right. Yes.
Yeah, right. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Representative Supika. And so I think the amendment will just include all of the points that we just kind of walked through. Do people want to go over them very quickly, or if there's any question on that? Otherwise, it's adding in the items that we said we would as we went through, and excluding the ones that we said we'd exclude. So Janet, are you clear on where we are? Is that clear enough? Okay. Chairman Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, Janet, I apologize. It's not that I'm not listening to you, because I am. There's just a lot of information there. We do not go back in for language review on rules, correct? It just goes through, and then the director makes their changes. Is that correct?
We can have
Sort
a
of.
line.
It's sort of. So you will see a language review of the directions that I set forth as your proposed amendment. And it would state, please get rid of gender specific pronouns, for example. And you would look at that and say, oh, Janet, you actually wrote that down. We didn't want to change this, or we did want to change that. So you have a chance to review what I write as your amendment to the resolve, but the actual language of the rules is then fixed in-house at the department before they become final, and you don't language review that.
As usual, I'm partially right, but mostly wrong. But so thank you.
Mostly right.
And we'll have more rules as we get through the session, so this will become more commonplace as we go, but it is.
The only thing I wasn't clear on, actually, Senator, was do you want the title changed to not refer to gambling?
I think that makes sense, yeah.
Okay.
Just so we don't give the implication that it's gambling. A lot of skill involved.
Good move.
I don't even think sports gambling is gambling, skill.
Okay, another subject matter.
No, just kidding. Sorry. We'll get to that one in a few weeks. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none. Karen, if you're there, I think we'll proceed to a vote, and if you can call the roll, it might be easiest if you've got the voting sheet ready to go.
I do. Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator DeChambeau. Senator DeChambeau, absent. Senator Farren.
Yes.
Senator Farren, yes. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yes. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood, yes. Representative Kinney.
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington.
Yes.
Representative Harrington, yes. Representative Corey. Representative Corey, absent. Representative Dolliff.
Yeah.
Representative Dolliff, yes. So looks like 11 with 2 absent.
Yeah, that's looks like that's what I have, 11-0 and 2 absent. Great. Well, thanks everyone for your work on that. That looks like that is it for today's agenda. Looks like we'll be back on Wednesday. We've got a couple of public hearings and then 2 work sessions. So
At 10 o'clock, Mr. Chair?
Yep, looks like Wednesday at 10 a.m. we'll be back. And we have no Friday meeting, and then the following week is, well, we'll talk about that on Wednesday, but I think the following week, Monday's a holiday. And because of the bills, we didn't get a ton of new bills referenced last week. So we didn't schedule many, but so it might be kind of a lighter week, but I think I think we're getting a bunch more bills referenced now, so we can start scheduling them and just piling them up. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering from a housekeeping perspective, do we want to just make sure that the committee members check their inboxes the night before so that we're not scrambling at 10 a.m. or something to try and find links and stuff like that?
For the Zoom meeting stuff? Yeah, it's getting harder and harder, I know, for me to find links now because we get like 100 every day for various meetings. So yeah, if anyone needs a link, just feel free to give us a shout, and I think it automatically sends it out an hour in advance or something, the system, so you can also look for that. And then if we need a break for caucus or whatever next on Wednesday, we can do that as well, because we do have work sessions. So great. Anything else? Okay, well, thanks everybody. Seeing nothing else, we'll adjourn for the day, and we'll see you all on Wednesday. So thanks.